A Passage to India by E. M. Forster. Author of Howard's End, A Room with a View, etc. Second Impression, London, Edward Arnold & Co., 1924, by the same writer. Where angels fear to tread the longest journey, a room with a view, Howard's End, the celestial omnibus Pharos and Farallon. Made and printed in Great Britain by Butler & Tanner Limited, Frohman, London. Copyright in USA. To Syed Ross Masood and to the 17 years of our friendship. Contents. Part 1, Mosque. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11. Part 2, Caves. Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32. Part 3, Temple. Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36. Chapter 37. A Passage to India. Part 1, Mosque. Chapter 1. Except for the Marabar Caves, and they are 20 miles off, the city of Chandrapur presents nothing extraordinary. Edged rather than washed by the river Ganges, it trails for a couple of miles along the bank, scarcely distinguishable from the rubbish it deposits so freely. There are no bathing steps on the river front, as the Ganges happens not to be holy here. Indeed, there is no river front, and bazaars shut out the wide and shifting panorama of the stream. The streets are mean, the temples ineffective, and though a few fine houses exist, they are hidden away in gardens or down alleys whose filth deters all but the invited guest. Chandrapur was never large or beautiful, but 200 years ago it lay on the road between Upper India, then Imperial, and the sea, and the fine houses date from that period. The zest for decoration stopped in the 18th century, nor was it ever democratic. There is no painting and scarcely any carving in the bazaars. The very wood seems made of mud, the inhabitants of mud moving. So abased, so monotonous is everything that meets the eye, that when the Ganges comes down it might be expected to wash the excrescence back into the soil. Houses do fall, people are drowned and left rotting, but the general outline of the town persists, swelling here, shrinking there, like some low but indestructible form of life. Inland, the prospect alters. There is an oval Maidan, and a long sallow hospital. Houses belonging to Eurasians stand on the high ground by the railway station. Beyond the railway, which runs parallel to the river, the land sinks, then rises again rather steeply. On the second rise is laid out the little civil station, and viewed hence Chandrapur appears to be a totally different place. It is a city of gardens. It is no city, but a forest sparsely scattered with huts. It is a tropical pleasaunce washed by a noble river. The toddy palms and neem trees and mangoes and peppal that were hidden behind the bazaars now become visible and in their turn hide the bazaars. They rise from the gardens where ancient tanks nourished them, they burst out of stifling purlieus and unconsidered temples. Seeking light and air, and endowed with more strength than man or his works, they soar above the lower deposit to greet one another with branches and beckoning leaves, and to build a city for the birds. Especially after the rains do they screen what passes below, but at all times, even when scorched or leafless, they glorify the city to the English people who inhabit the rise, so that newcomers cannot believe it to be as meager as it is described, and have to be driven down to acquire disillusionment. As for the civil station itself, it provokes no emotion. It charms not, neither does it repel. It is sensibly planned, with a red brick club on its brow, and farther back a grocer's and a cemetery, and the bungalows are disposed along roads that intersect at right angles. It has nothing hideous in it, and only the view is beautiful. It shares nothing with the city except the overarching sky. The sky too has its changes, but they are less marked than those of the vegetation and the river. Clouds map it up at times, but it is normally a dome of blending tints, and the main tint blue. By day the blue will pale down into white where it touches the white of the land, after sunset it has a new circumference orange, melting upwards into tenderest purple. But the core of blue persists, and so it is by night. Then the stars hang like lamps from the immense vault. The distance between the vault and them is as nothing to the distance behind them, and that farther distance, though beyond color, last freed itself from blue. The sky settles everything, not only climates and seasons, but when the earth shall be beautiful. By herself she can do little, only feeble outbursts of flowers. But when the sky chooses, glory can rain into the Chandrapur bazaars or a benediction pass from horizon to horizon. The sky can do this because it is so strong and so enormous. Strength comes from the sun, infused in it daily, sighs from the prostrate earth. No mountains infringe on the curve. League after league the earth lies flat, heaves a little, is flat again. Only in the south, where a group of fists and fingers are thrust up through the soil, is the endless expanse interrupted. These fists and fingers are the Marabar Hills, containing the extraordinary caves. Chapter 2. Abandoning his bicycle, which fell before a servant could catch it, the young man sprang up onto the veranda. He was all animation. "Hamidullah, Hamidullah! Am I late?" he cried. "Do not apologize," said his host. "You are always late. Kindly answer my question. Am I late? Has Mahmud Ali eaten all the food? If so, I go elsewhere. Mr. Mahmud Ali, how are you?" "Thank you, Dr. Aziz, I am dying." "Dying before your dinner? Oh, poor Mahmud Ali. Hamidullah here is actually dead. He passed away just as you rode up on your bike." "Yes, that is so," said the other. "Imagine us both as addressing you from another and a happier world. Does there happen to be such a thing as a hookah in that happier world of yours?" "Aziz, don't chatter. We are having a very sad talk." The hookah had been packed too tight, as was usual in his friend's house, and bubbled sulkily. He coaxed it. Yielding at last, the tobacco jetted up into his lungs and nostrils, driving out the smoke of burning cow dung that had filled them as he rode through the bazaar. It was delicious. He lay in a trance, sensuous but healthy, through which the talk of the two others did not seem particularly sad. They were discussing as to whether or no it is possible to be friends with an Englishman. Mahmud Ali argued that it was not. Hamidullah disagreed, but with so many reservations that there was no friction between them. Delicious indeed to lie on the broad veranda with the moon rising in front and the servants preparing dinner behind, and no trouble happening. "Well, look at my own experience this morning." "I only contend that it is possible in England," replied Hamidullah, who had been to that country long ago, before the big rush, and had received a cordial welcome at Cambridge. "It is impossible here. Aziz. The red-nosed boy has again insulted me in court. I do not blame him. He was told that he ought to insult me. Until lately he was quite a nice boy, but the others have got hold of him. Yes, they have no chance here, that is my point. They come out intending to be gentlemen, and are told it will not do. Look at Leslie, look at Blackiston, now it is your red-nosed boy, and Fielding will go next. Why, I remember when Turton came out first. It was in another part of the province. You fellows will not believe me, but I have driven with Turton in his carriage." "Turton? Oh yes, we were once quite intimate. He has shown me his stamp collection. He would expect you to steal it now." "Turton. But red-nosed boy will be far worse than Turton." "I do not think so. They all become exactly the same, not worse, not better. I give any Englishman 2 years, be he Turton or Burton. It is only the difference of a letter. And I give any Englishwoman 6 months. All are exactly alike. Do you not agree with me?" "I do not," replied Mahmud Ali, entering into the bitter fun, and feeling both pain and amusement at each word that was uttered. "For my own part, one finds such profound differences among our rulers. Rednose mumbles, Turton talks distinctly, Mrs. Turton takes bribes, Mrs. Rednose does not and cannot, because so far there is no Mrs. Rednose." "Bribes? Did you not know that when they were lent to Central India over a canal scheme, some Raja or other gave her a sewing machine in solid gold so that the water should run through his state? And does it? No, that is where Mrs. Turton is so skillful. When we poor blacks take bribes, we perform what we are bribed to perform, and the law discovers us in consequence. The English take and do nothing. I admire them. We all admire them. Aziz, please pass me the hookah. Oh, not yet, hookah is so jolly now. You are a very selfish boy. He raised his voice suddenly and shouted for dinner. Servants shouted back that it was ready. They meant that they wished it was ready, and were so understood, for nobody moved. Then Hamidullah continued, but with changed manner and evident emotion. But take my case, the case of young Hugh Bannister. Here is the son of my dead friends, the Reverend and Mrs. Bannister, whose goodness to me in England I shall never forget or describe. They were father and mother to me. I talked to them as I do now. In the vacations their rectory became my home. They entrusted all their children to me. I often carried little Hugh about. I took him up to the funeral of Queen Victoria, and held him in my arms above the crowd. Queen Victoria was different, murmured Mahmud Ali. I learn now that this boy is in business as a leather merchant at Kanpur. Imagine how I long to see him and to pay his fare that this house may be his home. But it is useless. The other Anglo-Indians will have got hold of him long ago. He will probably think that I want something, and I cannot face that from the son of my old friends. Oh, what in this country has gone wrong with everything, Vakil Sahib? I ask you. Aziz joined in. Why talk about the English? BRRRR. Why be either friends with the fellows or not friends? Let us shut them out and be jolly. Queen Victoria and Mrs. Bannister were the only exceptions, and they're dead. No, I do not admit that. I have met others. So have I, said Mahmud Ali, unexpectedly veering. All ladies are far from alike. Their mood was changed, and they recalled little kindnesses and courtesies. She said thank you so much in the most natural way. She offered me a lozenge when the dust irritated my throat. Hamidullah could remember more important examples of angelic ministration, but the other, who only knew Anglo-India, had to ransack his memory for scraps, and it was not surprising that he should return to but of course all this is exceptional. The exception does not prove the rule. The average woman is like Mrs. Turton, and, Aziz, you know what she is. Aziz did not know, but said he did. He too generalized from his disappointments. It is difficult for members of a subject race to do otherwise. Granted the exceptions, he agreed that all English women are haughty and venal. The gleam passed from the conversation, whose wintry surface unrolled and expanded interminably. A servant announced dinner. They ignored him. The elder men had reached their eternal politics. Aziz drifted into the garden. The trees smelt sweet, green-blossomed shumpak, and scraps of Persian poetry came into his head. Dinner, but when he returned to the house for it, Mahmud Ali had drifted away in his turn, to speak to his sais. Come and see my wife a little then, said Hamidullah, and they spent 20 minutes behind the purdah. Hamidullah Begum was a distant aunt of Aziz, and the only female relative he had in Chandrapur, and she had much to say to him on this occasion about a family circumcision that had been celebrated with imperfect pomp. It was difficult to get away, because until they had had their dinner she would not begin hers, and consequently prolonged her remarks in case they should suppose she was impatient. Having censured the circumcision, she bethought her of kindred topics, and asked Aziz when he was going to be married. Respectful but irritated, he answered, once is enough. Yes, he has done his duty, said Hamidullah. Do not tease him so. He carries on his family, 2 boys and their sister. Aunt, they live most comfortably with my wife's mother, where she was living when she died. I can see them whenever I like. They are such very, very small children. And he sends them the whole of his salary and lives like a low-grade clerk. and tells no one the reason. What more do you require him to do? But this was not Hamidullah Begum's point, and having courteously changed the conversation for a few moments, she returned and made it. She said, "What is to become of all our daughters if men refuse to marry? They will marry beneath them, and she began the oft-told tale of a lady of imperial descent who could find no husband in the narrow circle where her pride permitted her to mate, and had lived on unwed, her age now 30, and would die unwed, for no one would have her now." While the tale was in progress, it convinced the two men. The tragedy seemed a slur on the whole community. Better polygamy almost, than that a woman should die without the joys God has intended her to receive. Wedlock, motherhood, power in the house, for what else is she born, and how can the man who has denied them to her stand up to face her Creator and his own at the last day? Aziz took his leave saying perhaps, but later, his invariable reply to such an appeal. "You mustn't put off what you think right," said Hamidullah. "That is why India is in such a plight, because we put off things." But seeing that his young relative looked worried, he added a few soothing words, and thus wiped out any impression that his wife might have made. During their absence, Mahmud Ali had gone off in his carriage leaving a message that he should be back in 5 minutes, but they were on no account to wait. They sat down to meet with a distant cousin of the house, Muhammad Latif, who lived on Hamidullah's bounty and who occupied the position neither of a servant nor of an equal. He did not speak unless spoken to, and since no one spoke kept unoffended silence. Now and then he belched, in compliment to the richness of the food. A gentle, happy and dishonest old man, all his life he had never done a stroke of work. So long as some one of his relatives had a house he was sure of a home, and it was unlikely that so large a family would all go bankrupt. His wife led a similar existence some hundreds of miles away. He did not visit her, owing to the expense of the railway ticket. Presently Aziz chaffed him, also the servants, and then began quoting poetry, Persian, Urdu, a little Arabic. His memory was good, and for so young a man he had read largely. The themes he preferred were the decay of Islam and the brevity of love. They listened delighted, for they took the public view of poetry, not the private which obtains in England. It never bored them to hear words, they breathed them with the cool night air, never stopping to analyze. The name of the poet, Hafiz, Hali, Iqbal, was sufficient guarantee. India, 100 Indias, whispered outside beneath the indifferent moon, but for the time India seemed one in their own, and they regained their departed greatness by hearing its departure lamented. They felt young again because reminded that youth must fly. A servant in scarlet interrupted him. He was the chaprassi of the civil surgeon, and he handed Aziz a note. "Old Calendar wants to see me at his bungalow," he said, not rising. "He might have the politeness to say why." "Some case, I dare say." "I dare say not, I dare say nothing. He has found out our dinner hour, that's all, and chooses to interrupt us every time, in order to show his power. On the one hand he always does this, on the other it may be a serious case, and you cannot know," said Hamidullah, considerately paving the way towards obedience. "Had you not better clean your teeth after pan?" "If my teeth are to be cleaned, I don't go at all. I am an Indian, it is an Indian habit to take pan. The civil surgeon must put up with it. Muhammad Latif, my bike, please." The poor relation got up. Slightly immersed in the realms of matter, he laid his hand on the bicycle's saddle, while a servant did the actual wheeling. Between them they took it over a tin tack. Aziz held his hands under the ewer, dried them, fitted on his green felt hat, and then with unexpected energy whizzed out of Hamidullah's compound. Aziz, imprudent boy. But he was far down the bazaar, riding furiously. He had neither light nor bell nor had he a brake, but what use are such adjuncts in a land where the cyclist's only hope is to coast from face to face, and just before he collides with each it vanishes? And the city was fairly empty at this hour. When his tire went flat, he leapt off and shouted for a tonga. He did not at first find one, and he had also to dispose of his bicycle at a friend's house. He dallied furthermore to clean his teeth. But at last he was rattling towards the civil lines, with a vivid sense of speed. As he entered their arid tidiness, depression suddenly seized him. The roads, named after victorious generals and intersecting at right angles, were symbolic of the net Great Britain had thrown over India. He felt caught in their meshes. When he turned into Major Calendar's compound, he could with difficulty restrain himself from getting down from the tonga and approaching the bungalow on foot, and this not because his soul was servile but because his feelings, the sensitive edges of him, feared a gross snub. There had been a case last year. An Indian gentleman had driven up to an official's house and been turned back by the servants and been told to approach more suitably. Only one case among thousands of visits to hundreds of officials, but its fame spread wide. The young man shrank from a repetition of it. He compromised, and stopped the driver just outside the flood of light that fell across the veranda. The civil surgeon was out. "But the Sahib has left me some message?" The servant returned an indifferent no. Aziz was in despair. It was a servant whom he had forgotten to tip, and he could do nothing now because there were people in the hall. He was convinced that there was a message, and that the man was withholding it out of revenge. While they argued, the people came out. Both were ladies. Aziz lifted his hat. The first, who was in evening dress, glanced at the Indian and turned instinctively away. "Mrs. Leslie, it is a tonga," she cried. "Ours?" inquired the second, also seeing Aziz, and doing likewise. "Take the gifts the gods provide, anyhow," she screeched, and both jumped in. "O Tonga Walla, club, club. Why doesn't the fool go?" "Go, I will pay you tomorrow," said Aziz to the driver, and as they went off he called courteously, "You are most welcome, ladies." They did not reply, being full of their own affairs. So it had come, the usual thing, just as Mahmud Ali said. The inevitable snub, his bow ignored, his carriage taken. It might have been worse, for it comforted him somehow that Madame Calendar and Leslie should both be fat and weigh the tonga down behind. Beautiful women would have pained him. He turned to the servant, gave him a couple of rupees, and asked again whether there was a message. The man, now very civil, returned the same answer. Major Calendar had driven away half an hour before. Saying nothing? He had as a matter of fact said, "Damn Aziz," words that the servant understood, but was too polite to repeat. One can tip too much as well as too little, indeed the coin that buys the exact truth has not yet been minted. "Then I will write him a letter." He was offered the use of the house, but was too dignified to enter it. Paper and ink were brought on to the veranda. He began, "Dear sir, at your express command I have hastened as a subordinate should," and then stopped. "Tell him I have called, that is sufficient," he said, tearing the protest up. "Here is my card. Call me a tonga. Huzur, all are at the club. Then telephone for one down to the railway station." And since the man hastened to do this he said, "Enough, enough, I prefer to walk." He commandeered a match and lit a cigarette. These attentions, though purchased, soothed him. They would last as long as he had rupees, which is something. But to shake the dust of Anglo-India off his feet. To escape from the net and be back among manners and gestures that he knew. He began a walk, an unwanted exercise. He was an athletic little man, daintily put together, but really very strong. Nevertheless, walking fatigued him, as it fatigues everyone in India except the newcomer. There is something hostile in that soil. It either yields, and the foot sinks into a depression, or else it is unexpectedly rigid and sharp, pressing stones or crystals against the tread. A series of these little surprises exhausts, and he was wearing pumps, a poor preparation for any country. At the edge of the civil station he turned into a mosque to rest. He had always liked this mosque. It was gracious, and the arrangement pleased him. The courtyard entered through a ruined gate, contained an ablution tank of fresh clear water, which was always in motion, being indeed part of a conduit that supplied the city. The courtyard was paved with broken slabs. The covered part of the mosque was deeper than is usual. Its effect was that of an English parish church whose side has been taken out. Where he sat, he looked into three arcades whose darkness was illuminated by a small hanging lamp and by the moon. The front, in full moonlight, had the appearance of marble, and the 99 names of God on the frieze stood out black, as the frieze stood out white against the sky. The contest between this dualism and the contention of shadows within pleased Aziz, and he tried to symbolize the whole into some truth of religion or love. A mosque, by winning his approval, let loose his imagination. The temple of another creed, Hindu, Christian, or Greek, would have bored him and failed to awaken his sense of beauty. Here was Islam, his own country, more than a faith, more than a battle cry, much more. Islam, an attitude towards life both exquisite and durable, where his body and his thoughts found their home. His seat was the low wall that bounded the courtyard on the left. The ground fell away beneath him towards the city, visible as a blur of trees, and in the stillness he heard many small sounds. On the right, over in the club, the English community contributed an amateur orchestra. Elsewhere some Hindus were drumming. He knew they were Hindus, because the rhythm was uncongenial to him, and others were bewailing a corpse he knew whose, having certified it in the afternoon. There were owls, the Punjab mail, and flowers smelt deliciously in the stationmaster's garden. But the mosque, that alone signified, and he returned to it from the complex appeal of the night, and decked it with meanings the builder had never intended. Someday he too would build a mosque, smaller than this but in perfect taste, so that all who passed by should experience the happiness he felt now. And near it, under a low dome, should be his tomb, with a Persian inscription. Alas, without me for thousands of years the rose will blossom and the spring will bloom, but those who have secretly understood my heart, they will approach and visit the grave where I lie. He had seen the quatrain on the tomb of a Deccan king, and regarded it as profound philosophy. He always held pathos to be profound. The secret understanding of the heart. He repeated the phrase with tears in his eyes, and as he did so one of the pillars of the mosque seemed to quiver. It swayed in the gloom and detached itself. Belief in ghosts ran in his blood, but he sat firm. Another pillar moved, a third, and then an Englishwoman stepped out into the moonlight. Suddenly he was furiously angry and shouted, "Madam! Madam! Madam! Oh! Oh!" The woman gasped. "Madam, this is a mosque, you have no right here at all, you should have taken off your shoes, this is a holy place for Muslims." "I have taken them off." "You have?" "I left them at the entrance." "Then I ask your pardon." Still startled, the woman moved out, keeping the ablution tank between them. He called after her, "I am truly sorry for speaking. Yes, I was right, was I not? If I remove my shoes, I am allowed?" "Of course, but so few ladies take the trouble, especially if thinking no one is there to see." "That makes no difference. God is here." "Madam! Please let me go." "Oh, can I do you some service now or at any time?" "No, thank you, really none, good night." "May I know your name?" She was now in the shadow of the gateway, so that he could not see her face, but she saw his, and she said with a change of voice, "Mrs. Moore." Mrs. Advancing, he found that she was old. A fabric bigger than the mosque fell to pieces, and he did not know whether he was glad or sorry. She was older than Hamidullah Begum, with a red face and white hair. Her voice had deceived him. "Mrs. Moore, I am afraid I startled you. I shall tell my community, our friends, about you. That God is here, very good, very fine indeed. I think you are newly arrived in India." "Yes, how did you know?" "By the way you address me." "No, but can I call you a carriage?" "I have only come from the club. They are doing a play that I have seen in London, and it was so hot." "What was the name of the play?" "Cousin Kate." "I think you ought not to walk at night alone, Mrs. Moore. There are bad characters about and leopards may come across from the Malabar hills." "Snakes also," she exclaimed. She had forgotten the snakes. "For example, a 6-spot beetle," he continued, "you pick it up, it bites, you die. But you walk about yourself." "Oh, I am used to it. Used to snakes? They both laughed. I'm a doctor, he said. Snakes don't dare bite me. They sat down side by side in the entrance, and slipped on their evening shoes. Please, may I ask you a question now? Why do you come to India at this time of year, just as the cold weather is ending? I intended to start earlier, but there was an unavoidable delay. It will soon be so unhealthy for you. And why ever do you come to Chandrapur? To visit my son. He is the city magistrate here. Oh no, excuse me, that is quite impossible. Our city magistrate's name is Mr. Heaslop. I know him intimately. He's my son all the same, she said, smiling. But, Mrs. Moore, how can ye be? I was married twice. Yes, now I see, and your first husband died. He did, and so did my second husband. Then we are in the same box, he said cryptically. Then is the city magistrate the entire of your family now? No, there are the younger ones, Ralph and Stella, in England. And the gentleman here, is he Ralph and Stella's half-brother? Quite right. Mrs. Moore, this is all extremely strange, because like yourself I have also 2 sons and a daughter. Is not this the same box with a vengeance? What are their names? Not also Ronnie, Ralph, and Stella, surely? The suggestion delighted him. No, indeed. How funny it sounds. Their names are quite different and will surprise you. Listen, please. I am about to tell you my children's names. The first is called Ahmed, the second is called Kareem, the third, she is the eldest, Jamila. 3 children are enough. Do not you agree with me? I do. They were both silent for a little, thinking of their respective families. She sighed and rose to go. Would you care to see over the Minto Hospital one morning? He inquired. I have nothing else to offer at Chandrapur. Thank you, I have seen it already, or I should have liked to come with you very much. I suppose the civil surgeon took you. Yes, and Mrs. Calendar. His voice altered. Ah. A very charming lady. Possibly, when one knows her better. What? What? You didn't like her? She was certainly intending to be kind, but I did not find her exactly charming. He burst out with, she has just taken my tanga without my permission, do you call that being charming? And Major Calendar interrupts me night after night from where I am dining with my friends and I go at once, breaking up a most pleasant entertainment, and he is not there and not even a message. Is this charming, pray? But what does it matter? I can do nothing and he knows it. I am just a subordinate, my time is of no value, the veranda is good enough for an Indian, yes, yes, let him stand, and Mrs. Calendar takes my carriage and cuts me dead. She listened. He was excited partly by his wrongs, but much more by the knowledge that someone sympathized with them. It was this that led him to repeat, exaggerate, contradict. She had proved her sympathy by criticizing her fellow countrywoman to him, but even earlier he had known. The flame that not even beauty can nourish was springing up, and though his words were querulous his heart began to glow secretly. Presently it burst into speech. You understand me, you know what others feel. Oh, if others resembled you. Rather surprised, she replied, I don't think I understand people very well. I only know whether I like or dislike them. Then you are an Oriental. She accepted his escort back to the club, and said at the gate that she wished she was a member, so that she could have asked him in. Indians are not allowed into the Chandrapur club even as guests, he said simply. He did not expatiate on his wrongs now, being happy. As he strolled downhill beneath the lovely moon, and again saw the lovely mosque, he seemed to own the land as much as anyone owned it. What did it matter if a few flabby Hindus had preceded him there, and a few chilly English succeeded? Chapter 3. The third act of Cousin Kate was well advanced by the time Mrs. Moore re-entered the club. Windows were barred, lest the servants should see their Sahibs acting, and the heat was consequently immense. One electric fan revolved like a wounded bird, another was out of order. Disinclined to return to the audience, she went into the billiard room, where she was greeted by "I want to see the real India," and her appropriate life came back with a rush. This was Adela Quested, the queer, cautious girl whom Ronnie had commissioned her to bring from England, and Ronnie was her son, also cautious, whom Miss Quested would probably though not certainly marry, and she herself was an elderly lady. "I want to see it too, and I only wish we could. Apparently the Turtons will arrange something for next Tuesday. It'll end in an elephant ride, it always does. Look at this evening. Cousin Kate. Imagine, Cousin Kate. But where have you been off to? Did you succeed in catching the moon in the Ganges?" The two ladies had happened, the night before, to see the moon's reflection in a distant channel of the stream. The water had drawn it out, so that it had seemed larger than the real moon, and brighter, which had pleased them. "I went to the mosque, but I did not catch the moon. The angle would have altered, she rises later." Later and later, yawned Mrs. Moore, who was tired after her walk. "Let me think, we don't see the other side of the moon out here, no." "Come, India's not as bad as all that," said a pleasant voice. "Other side of the earth, if you like, but we stick to the same old moon." Neither of them knew the speaker, nor did they ever see him again. He passed with his friendly word through red brick pillars into the darkness. "We aren't even seeing the other side of the world, that's our complaint," said Adela. Mrs. Moore agreed, she too was disappointed at the dullness of their new life. They had made such a romantic voyage across the Mediterranean and through the sands of Egypt to the harbor of Bombay, to find only a gridiron of bungalows at the end of it. But she did not take the disappointment as seriously as Miss Quested, for the reason that she was 40 years older, and had learnt that life never gives us what we want at the moment that we consider appropriate. Adventures do occur, but not punctually. She said again that she hoped that something interesting would be arranged for next Tuesday. "Have a drink," said another pleasant voice. Mrs. Moore, Miss Quested, "Have a drink, have 2 drinks." They knew who it was this time, the collector, Mr. Turton, with whom they had dined. Like themselves, he had found the atmosphere of Cousin Kate too hot. Ronnie, he told them, was stage managing in place of Major Calendar, whom some native subordinate or other had let down, and doing it very well. Then he turned to Ronnie's other merits, and in quiet, decisive tones said much that was flattering. It wasn't that the young man was particularly good at the games or the lingo, or that he had much notion of the law, but apparently a large, but Ronnie was dignified. Mrs. Moore was surprised to learn this, dignity not being a quality with which any mother credits her son. Miss Quested learnt it with anxiety, for she had not decided whether she liked dignified men. She tried indeed to discuss this point with Mr. Turton, but he silenced her with a good-humored motion of his hand, and continued what he had come to say. "The long and the short of it is Heslopsa Sahib, he's the type we want, he's one of us," and another civilian who was leaning over the billiard table said, "Here, here." The matter was thus placed beyond doubt, and the collector passed on, for other duties called him. Meanwhile the performance ended, and the amateur orchestra played the national anthem. Conversation and billiards stopped, faces stiffened. It was the anthem of the Army of Occupation. It reminded every member of the club that he or she was British and in exile. It produced a little sentiment and a useful accession of willpower. The meager tune, the curt series of demands on Jehovah, fused into a prayer unknown in England, and though they perceived neither royalty nor deity, they did perceive something. They were strengthened to resist another day. Then they poured out, offering one another drinks. "Adela, have a drink, mother, a drink." They refused, they were weary of drinks, and Miss Quested, who always said exactly what was in her mind, announced anew that she was desirous of seeing the real India. Ronnie was in high spirits. The request struck him as comic, and he called out to another passerby, Fielding, "How's one to see the real India?" "Try seeing Indians," the man answered, and vanished. "Who was that?" Our schoolmaster, Government College. As if one could avoid seeing them, sighed Mrs. Leslie. I've avoided, said Miss Quested. Excepting my own servant, I've scarcely spoken to an Indian since landing. Oh, lucky you. But I want to see them. She became the center of an amused group of ladies. One said, wanting to see Indians. How new that sounds. Another, natives. Why, fancy. A third, more serious, said, let me explain. Natives don't respect one any the more after meeting one, you see. That occurs after so many meetings. But the lady, entirely stupid and friendly, continued, what I mean is, I was a nurse before my marriage, and came across them a great deal, so I know. I really do know the truth about Indians. A most unsuitable position for any Englishwoman. I was a nurse in a native state. One's only hope was to hold sternly aloof. Even from one's patients? Why, the kindest thing one can do to a native is to let him die, said Mrs. Callender. How if he went to heaven? Asked Mrs. Moore, with a gentle but crooked smile. He can go where he likes as long as he doesn't come near me. They give me the creeps. As a matter of fact, I have thought what you were saying about heaven, and that is why I am against missionaries, said the lady who had been a nurse. I am all for chaplains, but all against missionaries. Let me explain. But before she could do so, the collector intervened. Do you really want to meet the Aryan brother, Miss Quested? That can be easily fixed up. I didn't realize he'd amuse you. He thought a moment. You can practically see any type you like. Take your choice. I know the government people and the landowners. Heaslop here can get hold of the barrister crew, while if you want to specialize on education, we can come down on Fielding. I'm tired of seeing picturesque figures pass before me as a frieze, the girl explained. It was wonderful when we landed, but that superficial glamour soon goes. Her impressions were of no interest to the collector. He was only concerned to give her a good time. Would she like a bridge party? He explained to her what that was, not the game, but a party to bridge the gulf between East and West. The expression was his own invention, and amused all who heard it. I only want those Indians whom you come across socially as your friends. Well, we don't come across them socially, he said, laughing. They're full of all the virtues, but we don't, and it's now 11:30. And too late to go into the reasons. Miss Quested, what a name, remarked Mrs. Turton to her husband as they drove away. She had not taken to the new young lady, thinking her ungracious and cranky. She trusted that she hadn't been brought out to marry nice little Heaslop, though it looked like it. Her husband agreed with her in his heart, but he never spoke against an Englishwoman if he could avoid doing so, and he only said that Miss Quested naturally made mistakes. He added, India does wonders for the judgment, especially during the hot weather. It has even done wonders for Fielding. Mrs. Turton closed her eyes at this name and remarked that Mr. Fielding wasn't pukka, and had better marry Miss Quested, for she wasn't pukka. Then they reached their bungalow, low and enormous, the oldest and most uncomfortable bungalow in the civil station, with a sunk soup plate of a lawn, and they had one drink more, this time of barley water, and went to bed. Their withdrawal from the club had broken up the evening, which, like all gatherings, had an official tinge. A community that bows the knee to a viceroy and believes that the divinity that hedges a king can be transplanted, must feel some reverence for any viceregal substitute. At Chandrapur the Turtons were little gods. Soon they would retire to some suburban villa, and die exiled from glory. It's decent of the Burra Sahib, chattered Ronnie, much gratified at the civility that had been shown to his guests. Do you know he's never given a bridge party before? Coming on top of the dinner too. I wish I could have arranged something myself, but when you know the natives better you'll realize it's easier for the Burra Sahib than for me. They know him, they know he can't be fooled. I'm still fresh comparatively. No one can even begin to think of knowing this country until he has been in it 20 years. Hello, the mater. Here's your cloak. Well, for an example of the mistakes one makes. Soon after I came out, I asked one of the pleaders to have a smoke with me, only a cigarette, mind. I found afterwards that he had sent touts all over the bazaar to announce the fact, told all the litigants, "Oh, you'd better come to my Vakil Mahmud Ali, he's in with the city magistrate." Ever since then I've dropped on him in court as hard as I could. It's taught me a lesson, and I hope him. Isn't the lesson that you should invite all the pleaders to have a smoke with you? Perhaps, but time's limited and the flesh weak. I prefer my smoke at the club amongst my own sort, I'm afraid. Why not ask the pleaders to the club? Miss Quested persisted. Not allowed. He was pleasant and patient, and evidently understood why she did not understand. He implied that he had once been a she, though not for long. Going to the veranda, he called firmly to the moon. His sais answered, and without lowering his head, he ordered his trap to be brought round. Mrs. Moore, whom the club had stupefied, woke up outside. She watched the moon, whose radiance stained with primrose the purple of the surrounding sky. In England the moon had seemed dead and alien, here she was caught in the shawl of night together with earth and all the other stars. A sudden sense of unity, of kinship with the heavenly bodies, passed into the old woman and out, like water through a tank, leaving a strange freshness behind. She did not dislike Cousin Kate or the national anthem, but their note had died into a new one, just as cocktails and cigars had died into invisible flowers. When the mosque, long and domeless, gleamed at the turn of the road, she exclaimed, "Oh, yes, that's where I got to, that's where I've been." "Been there when?" asked her son. "Between the acts." "But, mother, you can't do that sort of thing." "Can't, mother," she replied. "No, really not in this country. It's not done. There's the danger from snakes for one thing. They are apt to lie out in the evening." "Ah yes, so the young man there said." "This sounds very romantic," said Miss Quested, who was exceedingly fond of Mrs. Moore, and was glad she should have had this little escapade. "You meet a young man in a mosque, and then never let me know." "I was going to tell you, Adela, but something changed the conversation and I forgot. My memory grows deplorable." "Was he nice?" She paused, then said emphatically, "Very nice." "Who was he?" Ronnie inquired. "A doctor." "I don't know his name." "A doctor?" "I know of no young doctor in Chandrapur." "How odd. What was he like?" "Rather small, with a little mustache and quick eyes. He called out to me when I was in the dark part of the mosque about my shoes. That was how we began talking. He was afraid I had them on, but I remembered luckily. He told me about his children, and then we walked back to the club." "He knows you well." "I wish you had pointed him out to me." "I can't make out who he is." "He didn't come into the club. He said he wasn't allowed to." Thereupon the truth struck him, and he cried, "Oh, good gracious! Not a Mohammedan? Why ever didn't you tell me you'd been talking to a native? I was going all wrong. A Mohammedan!" "How perfectly magnificent!" exclaimed Miss Quested. "Ronnie, isn't that like your mother? While we talk about seeing the real India, she goes and sees it, and then forgets she's seen it." But Ronnie was ruffled. From his mother's description he had thought the doctor might be young Muggins from over the Ganges, and had brought out all the comradely emotions. What a mix-up! Why hadn't she indicated by the tone of her voice that she was talking about an Indian? Scratchy and dictatorial, he began to question her. "He called to you in the mosque, did he? How? Impudently? What was he doing there himself at that time of night? No, it's not their prayer time." This in answer to a suggestion of Miss Quested's, who showed the keenest interest. "So he called to you over your shoes. Then it was impudence. It's an old trick. I wish you had had them on." "I think it was impudence, but I don't know about a trick," said Mrs. Moore. His nerves were all on edge, I could tell from his voice. As soon as I answered, he altered. You oughtn't to have answered. Now look here, said the logical girl, wouldn't you expect a Mohammedan to answer if you asked him to take off his hat in church? It's different, you don't understand. I know I don't, and I want to. What is the difference, please? He wished she wouldn't interfere. His mother did not signify, she was just a globetrotter, a temporary escort, who could retire to England with what impressions she chose. But Adela, who meditated spending her life in the country, was a more serious matter. It would be tiresome if she started crooked over the native question. Pulling up the mare, he said, there's your Ganges. Their attention was diverted. Below them a radiance had suddenly appeared. It belonged neither to water nor moonlight, but stood like a luminous sheaf upon the fields of darkness. He told them that it was where the new sandbank was forming, and that the dark ravelled bit at the top was the sand, and that the dead bodies floated down that way from Benares, or would if the crocodiles let them. It's not much of a dead body that gets down to Chandrapur. Crocodiles down in it too, how terrible, his mother murmured. The young people glanced at each other and smiled. It amused them when the old lady got these gentle creeps, and harmony was restored between them consequently. She continued, what a terrible river! What a wonderful river, and sighed. The radiance was already altering, whether through shifting of the moon or of the sand. Soon the bright sheaf would be gone, and the circlet, itself to alter, be burnished upon the streaming void. The women discussed whether they would wait for the change or not, while the silence broke into patches of unquietness and the mare shivered. On her account they did not wait, but drove on to the city magistrate's bungalow, where Miss Quested went to bed, and Mrs. Moore had a short interview with her son. He wanted to inquire about the Mohammedan doctor in the mosque. It was his duty to report suspicious characters, and conceivably it was some disreputable hakim who had prowled up from the bazaar. When she told him that it was someone connected with the Minto hospital, he was relieved, and said that the fellow's name must be Aziz, and that he was quite all right, nothing against him at all. Aziz. What a charming name. So you and he had a talk. Did you gather he was well disposed? Ignorant of the force of this question, she replied, yes, quite, after the first moment. I meant, generally. Did he seem to tolerate us, the brutal conqueror, the sun-dried bureaucrat, that sort of thing? Oh, yes, I think so, except the calendars, he doesn't care for the calendars at all. Oh. So he told you that, did he? The Major will be interested. I wonder what was the aim of the remark. Ronnie. You're never going to pass it on to Major Calendar? Yes, rather. I must, in fact. But, my dear boy, if the Major heard I was disliked by any native subordinate of mine, I should expect him to pass it on to me. But, my dear boy, a private conversation. Nothing's private in India. Aziz knew that when he spoke out, so don't you worry. He had some motive in what he said. My personal belief is that the remark wasn't true. How not true? He abused the Major in order to impress you. I don't know what you mean, dear. It's the educated natives' latest dodge. They used to cringe, but the younger generation believe in a show of manly independence. They think it will pay better with the itinerant MP. But whether the native swaggers or cringes, there's always something behind every remark he makes, always something. And if nothing else he's trying to increase his is-it, in plain Anglo-Saxon, to score. Of course there are exceptions. You never used to judge people like this at home. India isn't home, he retorted, rather rudely, but in order to silence her he had been using phrases and arguments that he had picked up from older officials, and he did not feel quite sure of himself. When he said of course there are exceptions he was quoting Mr. Turton, while increasing the is-it was Major Calendar's own. The phrases worked and were in current use at the club, but she was rather clever at detecting the first from the second hand, and might press him for definite examples. She only said, I can't deny that what you say sounds very sensible, but you really must not hand on to Major Calendar anything I have told you about Dr. Aziz. He felt disloyal to his caste, but he promised, adding, in return please don't talk about Aziz to Adela. Not talk about him? Why? There you go again, Mother, I really can't explain everything. I don't want Adela to be worried, that's the fact. She'll begin wondering whether we treat the natives properly, and all that sort of nonsense. But she came out to be worried, that's exactly why she's here. She discussed it all on the boat. We had a long talk when we went on shore at Aden. She knows you in play, as she put it, but not in work, and she felt she must come and look round, before she decided, and before you decided. She is very, very fair-minded. I know, he said dejectedly. The note of anxiety in his voice made her feel that he was still a little boy, who must have what he liked, so she promised to do as he wished, and they kissed goodnight. He had not forbidden her to think about Aziz, however, and she did this when she retired to her room. In the light of her son's comment she reconsidered the scene at the mosque, to see whose impression was correct. Yes, it could be worked into quite an unpleasant scene. The doctor had begun by bullying her, had said Mrs. Calendar was nice, and then finding the ground safe, had changed. He had alternately whined over his grievances and patronized her, had run a dozen ways in a single sentence, had been unreliable, inquisitive, vain. Yes, it was all true, but how false is a summary of the man, the essential life of him had been slain. Going to hang up her cloak, she found that the tip of the peg was occupied by a small wasp. She had known this wasp or his relatives by day. They were not as English wasps, but had long yellow legs which hung down behind when they flew. Perhaps he mistook the peg for a branch. No Indian animal has any sense of an interior. Bats, rats, birds, insects will as soon nest inside a house as out. It is to them a normal growth of the eternal jungle, which alternately produces houses, trees. There he clung, asleep, while jackals in the plain bayed their desires and mingled with the percussion of drums. Pretty dear, said Mrs. Moore to the wasp. He did not wake, but her voice floated out, to swell the night's uneasiness. Chapter 4. The collector kept his word. Next day he issued invitation cards to numerous Indian gentlemen in the neighborhood, stating that he would be at home in the garden of the club between the hours of 5 and 7 on the following Tuesday, also that Mrs. Turton would be glad to receive any ladies of their families who were out of purdah. His action caused much excitement and was discussed in several worlds. It is owing to orders from the LG, was Mahmud Ali's explanation. Turton would never do this unless compelled. Those high officials are different, they sympathize, the viceroy sympathizes, they would have us treated properly. But they come too seldom and live too far away. Meanwhile, it is easy to sympathize at a distance, said an old gentleman with a beard. I value more the kind word that is spoken close to my ear. Mr. Turton has spoken it, from whatever cause. He speaks, we hear. I do not see why we need discuss it further. Quotations followed from the Quran. We have not all your sweet nature, Nawab Bahadur, nor your learning. The lieutenant governor may be my very good friend, but I give him no trouble. How do you do, Nawab Bahadur? Quite well, thank you, Sir Gilbert, how are you, and all is over. But I can be a thorn in Mr. Turton's flesh, and if he asks me I accept the invitation. I shall come in from Dilkash especially, though I have to postpone other business. You will make yourself chip, suddenly said a little black man. There was a stir of disapproval. Who was this ill-bred upstart, that he should criticize the leading Mohammedan landowner of the district? Mahmud Ali, though sharing his opinion, felt bound to oppose it. Mr. Ramchand, he said, swaying forward stiffly with his hands on his hips. Mr. Mahmud Ali. Mr. Ramchand, the Nawab Bahadur can decide what is cheap without our valuation, I think. I do not expect I shall make myself cheap, said the Nawab Bahadur to Mr. Ramchand, speaking very pleasantly, for he was aware that the man had been impolite and he desired to shield him from the consequences. It had passed through his mind to reply, I expect I shall make myself cheap, but he rejected this as the less courteous alternative. I do not see why we should make ourselves cheap. I do not see why we should. The invitation is worded very graciously. Feeling that he could not further decrease the social gulf between himself and his auditors, he sent his elegant grandson, who was in attendance on him, to fetch his car. When it came, he repeated all that he had said before, though at greater length, ending up with, "Till Tuesday, then, gentlemen all, when I hope we may meet in the flower gardens of the club." This opinion carried great weight. The Nawab Bahadur was a big proprietor and a philanthropist, a man of benevolence and decision. His character among all the communities in the province stood high. He was a straightforward enemy and a staunch friend, and his hospitality was proverbial. "Give, do not lend, after death who will thank you," was his favorite remark. He held it a disgrace to die rich. When such a man was prepared to motor 25 miles to shake the collector's hand, the entertainment took another aspect. For he was not like some eminent men, who give out that they will come, and then fail at the last moment, leaving the small fry floundering. If he said he would come, he would never deceive his supporters. The gentlemen whom he had lectured now urged one another to attend the party, although convinced at heart that his advice was unsound. He had spoken in the little room near the courts where the pleaders waited for clients, waiting for pleaders, sat in the dust outside. These had not received a card from Mr. Turton. And there were circles even beyond these, people who wore nothing but a loincloth, people who wore not even that, and spent their lives in knocking two sticks together before a scarlet doll, humanity grading and drifting beyond the educated vision, until no earthly invitation can embrace it. All invitations must proceed from heaven perhaps it is futile for men to initiate their own unity, they do but widen the gulfs between them by the attempt. So at all events thought old Mr. Graceford and young Mr. Sorley, the devoted missionaries who lived out beyond the slaughterhouses, always traveled third on the railways, and never came up to the club. In our Father's house are many mansions, they taught, and there alone will the incompatible multitudes of mankind be welcomed and soothed. Not one shall be turned away by the servants on that veranda, be he black or white, not one shall be kept standing who approaches with a loving heart. And why should the divine hospitality cease here? Consider, with all reverence, the monkeys. May there not be a mansion for the monkeys also? Old Mr. Graceford said no, but young Mr. Sorley, who was advanced, said yes. He saw no reason why monkeys should not have their collateral share of bliss, and he had sympathetic discussions about them with his Hindu friends. And the jackals? Jackals were indeed less to Mr. Sorley's mind, but he admitted that the mercy of God, being infinite, may well embrace all mammals. And the wasps? He became uneasy during the descent to wasps, and was apt to change the conversation. And oranges, cactuses, crystals and mud? And the bacteria inside Mr. Sorley? No, this is going too far. We must exclude someone from our gathering, or we shall be left with nothing. The young man looked exhausted and tragic, also gentler than usual. He always showed deference to his superiors, but now it came straight from his heart. He seemed to appeal for their protection in the insult that had befallen him, and they, in instinctive homage, rose to their feet. But every human act in the East is tainted with officialism, and while honoring him they condemn disease in India. Fielding realized this, and he remained seated. It was an ungracious, a caddish thing to do, perhaps an unsound thing to do, but he felt he had been passive long enough, and that he might be drawn into the wrong current if he did not make a stand. Roddy, who had not seen him, said in husky tones, "Oh please all sit down, I only want to listen what has been decided." "Heaslop, I'm telling them I'm against any show of force," said the collector apologetically. "I don't know whether you will feel as I do, but that is how I am situated. When the verdict is obtained, it will be another matter. You are sure to know best, I have no experience, Burra Sahib. How is your mother, old boy?" "Better, thank you." "I wish everyone would sit down." "Some have never got up," the young soldier said. "And the Major brings us an excellent report of Miss Quested," Turton went on. I do, I'm satisfied. You thought badly of her earlier, did you not, Major? That's why I refused bail. Calendar laughed with friendly inwardness and said, Heslop, next time bail's wanted, ring up the old doctor before giving it. His shoulders are broad, and, speaking in the strictest confidence, don't take the old doctor's opinion too seriously. He's a blithering idiot, we can always leave it at that, but he'll do the little he can towards keeping in quod that he broke off with affected politeness. Oh, but he has one of his friends here. The subaltern called, Stand up, you swine. Mr. Fielding, what has prevented you from standing up, said the collector, entering the fray at last. It was the attack for which Fielding had waited, and to which he must reply. May I make a statement, sir? Certainly. Seasoned and self-contained, devoid of the fervors of nationality or youth, the schoolmaster did what was for him a comparatively easy thing. He stood up and said, I believe Dr. Aziz to be innocent. You have a right to hold that opinion if you choose, but pray is that any reason why you should insult Mr. Heslop? May I conclude my statement? Certainly. I am waiting for the verdict of the courts. If he is guilty, I resign from my service and leave India. I resign from the club now. Here, said voices, not entirely hostile, for they liked the fellow for speaking out. You have not answered my question. Why did you not stand when Mr. Heslop entered? With all deference, sir, I am not here to answer questions, but to make a personal statement, and I have concluded it. May I ask whether you have taken over charge of this district? Fielding moved towards the door. One moment, Mr. Fielding. You are not to go yet, please. Before you leave the club, from which you do very well to resign, you will express some detestation of the crime, and you will apologize to Mr. Heslop. Are you speaking to me officially, sir? The collector, who never spoke otherwise, was so infuriated that he lost his head. He cried, Leave this room at once, and I deeply regret that I demeaned myself to meet you at the station. You have sunk to the level of your associates, you are weak, that is what is wrong with you. I want to leave the room, but cannot while this gentleman prevents me, said Fielding lightly. The subaltern had got across his path. Let him go, said Ronnie, almost in tears. It was the only appeal that could have saved the situation. Whatever Heslop wished must be done. There was a slight scuffle at the door, from which Fielding was propelled, a little more quickly than is natural, into the room where the ladies were playing cards. Fancy if I'd fallen or got angry, he thought. Of course he was a little angry. His peers had never offered him violence or called him weak before, besides Heslop had heaped coals of fire on his head. He wished he had not picked the quarrel over poor suffering Heslop, when there were cleaner issues at hand. However, there it was, done, muddled through, and to cool himself and regain mental balance he went on to the upper veranda for a moment, where the first object he saw was the Malabar Hills. At this distance an hour they leapt into beauty. They were Montsalvat, Valhalla, the towers of a cathedral, peopled with saints and heroes, and covered with flowers. What miscreant lurked in them, presently to be detected by the activities of the law? Who was the guide, and had he been found yet? What was the echo of which the girl complained? He did not know, but presently he would know. Great is information, and she shall prevail. It was the last moment of the light, and as he gazed at the Malabar Hills they seemed to move graciously towards him like a queen, and their charm became the skies. At the moment they vanished they were everywhere, the cool benediction of the night descended, the stars sparkled, and the whole universe was a hill. Lovely, exquisite moment, but passing the Englishman with averted face and on swift wings. He experienced nothing himself. It was as if someone had told him there was such a moment, and he was obliged to believe. And he felt dubious and discontented suddenly, and wondered whether he was really and truly successful as a human being. After 40 years' experience, he had learned to manage his life and make the best of it on advanced European lines, had developed his personality, explored his limitations, controlled his passions, and he had done it all without becoming either pedantic or worldly. A creditable achievement, but as the moment passed, He felt he ought to have been working at something else the whole time. He didn't know at what, never would know, never could know, and that was why he felt sad. Chapter 21. Dismissing his regrets as inappropriate to the matter in hand, he accomplished the last section of the day by riding off to his new allies. He was glad that he had broken with the club, for he would have picked up scraps of gossip there, and reported them down in the city, and he was glad to be denied this opportunity. He would miss his billiards, and occasional tennis, and cracks with McBride, but really that was all, so light did he travel. At the entrance of the bazaars, a tiger made his horse shy. A youth dressed up as a tiger, the body striped brown and yellow, a mask over the face. Moharram was working up. The city beat a good many drums, but seemed good-tempered. He was invited to inspect a small tazia, a flimsy and frivolous erection, more like a crinoline than the tomb of the grandson of the Prophet, done to death at Kerbala. Excited children were pasting colored paper over its ribs. The rest of the evening he spent with the Nawab Bahadur, Hamidullah, Mahmud Ali, and others of the Confederacy. The campaign was also working up. A telegram had been sent to the famous Amritreo, and his acceptance received. Application for bail was to be renewed. It could not well be withheld now that Miss Quested was out of danger. The conference was serious and sensible, but marred by a group of itinerant musicians, who were allowed to play in the compound. Each held a large earthenware jar, containing pebbles, and jerked it up and down in time to a doleful chant. Distracted by the noise, he suggested their dismissal, but the Nawab Bahadur vetoed it. He said that musicians, who had walked many miles, might bring good luck. Late at night, he had an inclination to tell Professor Godbole of the tactical and moral error he had made in being rude to Heaslop, and to hear what he would say. But the old fellow had gone to bed, and slipped off unmolested to his new job in a day or two. He always did possess the knack of slipping off. Chapter 22. Adela lay for several days in the McBride's bungalow. She had been touched by the sun, also hundreds of cactus spines had to be picked out of her flesh. Hour after hour Miss Derrick and Mrs. McBride examined her through magnifying glasses, always coming on fresh colonies, tiny hairs that might snap off and be drawn into the blood if they were neglected. She lay passive beneath their fingers, which developed the shock that had begun in the cave. Hitherto she had not much minded whether she was touched or not. Her senses were abnormally inert and the only contact she anticipated was that of mind. Everything now was transferred to the surface of her body, which began to avenge itself, and feed unhealthily. People seemed very much alike, except that some would come close while others kept away. In space things touch, in time things part, she repeated to herself while the thorns were being extracted, her brain so weak that she could not decide whether the phrase was a philosophy or a pun. They were kind to her, indeed overkind, the men too respectful, the women too sympathetic, whereas Mrs. Moore, the only visitor she wanted, kept away. No one understood her trouble, or knew why she vibrated between hard common sense and hysteria. She would begin a speech as if nothing particular had happened. "I went into this detestable cave," she would say dryly, "and I remember scratching the wall with my fingernail, to start the usual echo, and then as I was saying there was this shadow, or sort of shadow, down the entrance tunnel, bottling me up. It seemed like an age, but I suppose the whole thing can't have lasted 30 seconds really. I hit at him with the glasses, he pulled me round the cave by the strap, it broke, I escaped, that's all. He never actually touched me once. It all seems such nonsense." Then her eyes would fill with tears. "Naturally I'm upset, but I shall get over it." And then she would break down entirely, and the women would feel she was one of themselves and cry too, and men in the next room murmur, "Good God, good God." No one realized that she thought tears vile, a degradation more subtle than anything endured in the Marabar, a negation of her advanced outlook and the natural honesty of her mind. Adela was always trying to think the incident out, always reminding herself that no harm had been done. There was the shock, but what is that? For a time her own logic would convince her, then she would hear the echo again, weep, declare she was unworthy of Ronnie, and hope her assailant would get the maximum penalty. After one of these bouts, she longed to go out into the bazaars and ask pardon from everyone she met, for she felt in some vague way that she was leaving the world worse than she found it. She felt that it was her crime, until the intellect, reawakening, pointed out to her that she was inaccurate here, and set her again upon her sterile round. If only she could have seen Mrs. Moore. The old lady had not been well either, and was disinclined to come out, Ronnie reported. And consequently the echo flourished, raging up and down like a nerve in the faculty of her hearing, and the noise in the cave, so unimportant intellectually, was prolonged over the surface of her life. She had struck the polished wall, for no reason, and before the comment had died away, he followed her, and the climax was the falling of her field glasses. The sound had spouted after her when she escaped, and was going on still like a river that gradually floods the plain. Only Mrs. Moore could drive it back to its source and seal the broken reservoir. Evil was loose, she could even hear it entering the lives of others. And Adela spent days in this atmosphere of grief and depression. Her friends kept up their spirits by demanding holocausts of natives, but she was too worried and weak to do that. When the cactus thorns had all been extracted, and her temperature fallen to normal, Ronnie came to fetch her away. He was worn with indignation and suffering, and she wished she could comfort him, but intimacy seemed to caricature itself, and the more they spoke the more wretched and self-conscious they became. Practical talk was the least painful, and he and McBride now told her one or two things which they had concealed from her during the crisis, by the doctor's orders. She learned for the first time of the Muharram troubles. There had nearly been a riot. The last day of the festival, the great procession left its official route, and tried to enter the civil station, and a telephone had been cut because it interrupted the advance of one of the larger paper towers. McBride and his police had pulled the thing straight, a fine piece of work. They passed on to another and very painful subject, the trial. She would have to appear in court, identify the prisoner, and submit to cross-examination by an Indian lawyer. "Can Mrs. Moore be with me?" was all she said. "Certainly, and I shall be there myself," Ronnie replied. "The case won't come before me, they've objected to me on personal grounds. It will be at Chandrapur, we thought at one time it would be transferred elsewhere." "Miss Quested realizes what all that means, though," said McBride sadly. "The case will come before Das." Das was Ronnie's assistant, own brother to the Mrs. Bhattacharya whose carriage had played them false last month. He was courteous and intelligent, and with the evidence before him could only come to one conclusion, but that he should be judge over an English girl had convulsed the station with wrath, and some of the women had sent a telegram about it to Lady Mellanby, the wife of the lieutenant governor. "I must come before someone. That's the way to face it. You have the pluck, Miss Quested." He grew very bitter over the arrangements, and called them the fruits of democracy. In the old days an Englishwoman would not have had to appear, nor would any Indian have dared to discuss her private affairs. She would have made her deposition, and judgment would have followed. He apologized to her for the condition of the country, with the result that she gave one of her sudden little shoots of tears. Ronnie wandered miserably about the room while she cried, treading upon the flowers of the cashmere carpet that so inevitably covered it or drumming on the brass Benares bowls. "I do this less every day, I shall soon be quite well," she said, blowing her nose and feeling hideous. "What I need is something to do. That is why I keep on with this ridiculous crying." "It's not ridiculous, we think you wonderful," said the policeman very sincerely. "It only bothers us that we can't help you more. Your stopping here, at such a time, is the greatest honor this house." He too was overcome with emotion. "By the way, a letter came here for you while you were ill," he continued. "I opened it, which is a strange confession to make. Will you forgive me? The circumstances are peculiar. It is from Fielding. Why should he write to me? A most lamentable thing has happened. The defense got hold of him." "He's a crank," said Ronnie lightly. "That's your way of putting it, but a man can be a crank without being a cad. Miss Quested had better know how he behaved to you. If you don't tell her, somebody else will." He told her. He is now the mainstay of the defense, I needn't add. He is the one righteous Englishman in a horde of tyrants. He receives deputations from the bazaar, and they all chew betel nut and smear one another's hands with scent. It is not easy to enter into the mind of such a man. His students are on strike out of enthusiasm for him. They won't learn their lessons. If it weren't for Fielding, one would never have had the Mohurrim trouble. He has done a very grave disservice to the whole community. The letter lay here a day or two, waiting till you were well enough. Then the situation got so grave that I decided to open it in case it was useful to us. Is it? She said feebly. Not at all. He only has the impertinence to suggest you have made a mistake. Would that I had. She glanced through the letter, which was careful and formal in its wording. Dr. Aziz is innocent, she read. Then her voice began to tremble again. But think of his behavior to you, Ronnie. When you had all ready to bear so much for my sake. It was shocking of him. My dear, how can I repay you? How can one repay when one has nothing to give? What is the use of personal relationships when everyone brings less and less to them? I feel we ought all to go back into the desert for centuries and try and get good. I want to begin at the beginning. All the things I thought I'd learnt are just a hindrance, they're not knowledge at all. I'm not fit for personal relationships. Well, let's go. Of course Mr. Fielding's letter doesn't count. He can think and write what he likes, only he shouldn't have been rude to you when you had so much to bear. That's what matters. I don't want your arm, I'm a magnificent walker, so don't touch me, please. Mrs. McBride wished her an affectionate goodbye, a woman with whom she had nothing in common and whose intimacy oppressed her. They would have to meet now, year after year, until one of their husbands was superannuated. Truly Anglo-India had caught her with a vengeance, and perhaps it served her right for having tried to take up a line of her own. Humbled yet repelled, she gave thanks. Oh, we must help one another, we must take the rough with the smooth, said Mrs. McBride. Miss Derrick was there too, still making jokes about her comic Maharaja and Ronnie. Required as a witness at the trial, she had refused to send back the Mudcoal car, they would be frightfully sick. Both Mrs. McBride and Miss Derrick kissed her, and called her by her Christian name. Then Ronnie drove her back. It was early in the morning, for the day, as the hot weather advanced, swelled like a monster at both ends, and left less and less room for the movements of mortals. As they neared his bungalow, he said, Mother's looking forward to seeing you, but of course she's old, one mustn't forget that. Old people never take things as one expects, in my opinion. He seemed warning her against approaching disappointment, but she took no notice. Her friendship with Mrs. Moore was so deep and real that she felt sure it would last, whatever else happened. What can I do to make things easier for you? It's you who matter, she sighed. Dear old girl to say so. Dear old boy. Then she cried, Ronnie, she isn't ill too? He reassured her. Major Calendar was not dissatisfied. But you'll find her irritable. We are an irritable family. Well, you'll see for yourself. No doubt my own nerves are out of order, and I expected more from Mother when I came in from the office than she felt able to give. She is sure to make a special effort for you, still, I don't want your homecoming to be a disappointing one. Don't expect too much. The house came in sight. It was a replica of the bungalow she had left. Puffy, red, and curiously severe, Mrs. Moore was revealed upon a sofa. She didn't get up when they entered, and the surprise of this roused Adela from her own troubles. Here you are both back, was the only greeting. Adela sat down and took her hand. It withdrew, and she felt that just as others repelled her, so did she repel Mrs. Moore. Are you all right? You appeared all right when I left, said Ronnie, trying not to speak crossly, but he had instructed her to give the girl a pleasant welcome, and he could not but feel annoyed. I am all right, she said heavily. As a matter of fact, I have been looking at my return ticket. It is interchangeable, so I have a much larger choice of boats home than I thought. We can go into that later, can't we? Ralph and Stella may be wanting to know when I arrive. There is plenty of time for all such plans. How do you think our Adela looks? I am counting on you to help me through. It is such a blessing to be with you again. Everyone else is a stranger, said the girl rapidly. But Mrs. Moore showed no inclination to be helpful. A sort of resentment emanated from her. She seemed to say, "Am I to be bothered forever?" Her Christian tenderness had gone, or had developed into a hardness, a just irritation against the human race. She had taken no interest at the arrest, asked scarcely any questions, and had refused to leave her bed on the awful last night of Muharram, when an attack was expected on the bungalow. I know it's all nothing, I must be sensible, I do try, Adela continued, working again towards tears. I shouldn't mind if it had happened anywhere else, at least I really don't know where it did happen. Ronnie supposed that he understood what she meant. She could not identify or describe the particular cave, indeed almost refused to have her mind cleared up about it, and it was recognized that the defense would try to make capital out of this during the trial. He reassured her, the Marabar caves were notoriously like one another. Indeed, in the future they were to be numbered in sequence with white paint. Yes, I mean that, at least not exactly, but there is this echo that I keep on hearing. Oh, what of the echo? Asked Mrs. Moore, paying attention to her for the first time. I can't get rid of it. I don't suppose you ever will. Ronnie had emphasized to his mother that Adela would arrive in a morbid state, yet she was being positively malicious. Mrs. Moore, what is this echo? Don't you know? No, what is it? Oh, do say. I felt you would be able to explain it, this will comfort me so. If you don't know, you don't know, I can't tell you. I think you're rather unkind not to say. Say, said the old lady bitterly. As if anything can be said. I have spent my life in saying or in listening to sayings, I have listened too much. It is time I was left in peace. Not to die, she added sourly. No doubt you expect me to die, but when I have seen you and Ronnie married, and seen the other two and whether they want to be married, I'll retire then into a cave of my own. She smiled, to bring down her remark into ordinary life and thus add to its bitterness. Somewhere where no young people will come asking questions and expecting answers. Some shelf. Quite so, but meantime a trial is coming on, said her son hotly, and the notion of most of us is that we'd better pull together and help one another through, instead of being disagreeable. Are you going to talk like that in the witness box? Why should I be in the witness box? To confirm certain points in our evidence. I have nothing to do with your ludicrous law courts, she said, angry. I will not be dragged in at all. I won't have her dragged in, either. I won't have any more trouble on my account, cried Adela, and again took the hand, which was again withdrawn. Her evidence is not the least essential. I thought she would want to give it. No one blames you, mother, but the fact remains that you dropped off at the first cave, and encouraged Adela to go on with him alone, whereas if you'd been well enough to keep on too, nothing would have happened. He planned it, I know. Still, you fell into his trap just like Fielding and Antony before you. Forgive me for speaking so plainly, but you've no right to take up this high and mighty attitude about law courts. If you're ill, that's different, but you say you're all right and you seem so, in which case I thought you'd want to take your part, I did really. I'll not have you worry her whether she's well or ill, said Adela, leaving the sofa and taking his arm, then dropped it with a sigh and sat down again. But he was pleased she had rallied to him and surveyed his mother patronizingly. He had never felt easy with her. She was by no means the dear old lady outsiders supposed, and India had brought her into the open. I shall attend your marriage, but not your trial, she informed them, tapping her knee. She had become very restless, and rather ungraceful. Then I shall go to England. You can't go to England in May, as you agreed. I have changed my mind. Well, we'd better end this unexpected wrangle, said the young man, striding about. You appear to want to be left out of everything, and that's enough. My body, my miserable body, she sighed. Why isn't it strong? Oh, why can't I walk away and be gone? Why can't I finish my duties and be gone? Why do I get headaches and puff when I walk? And all the time this to do and that to do and this to do in your way and that to do in her way, and everything sympathy and confusion in bearing one another's burdens. Why can't this be done and that be done in my way and they be done and I at peace? Why has anything to be done, I cannot see. Why all this marriage, marriage? The human race would have become a single person centuries ago if marriage was any use. And all this rubbish about love, love in a church, love in a cave, as if there is the least difference, and I held up from my business over such trifles. What do you want? He said, exasperated. Can you state it in simple language? If so, do. I want my pack of patience cards. Very well, get them. He found, as he expected, that the poor girl was crying. And, as always, an Indian close outside the window, a Molly in this case, picking up sounds. Much upset, he sat silent for a moment, thinking over his mother and her senile intrusions. He wished he had never asked her to visit India, or become under any obligation to her. Well, my dear girl, this isn't much of a homecoming, he said at last. I had no idea she had this up her sleeve. Adela had stopped crying. An extraordinary expression was on her face, half relief, half horror. She repeated, Aziz, Aziz. They all avoided mentioning that name. It had become synonymous with the power of evil. He was the prisoner, the person in question, the defense, and the sound of it now rang out like the first note of new symphony. Aziz, have I made a mistake? You're overtired, he cried, not much surprised. Ronnie, he's innocent, I made an awful mistake. Well, sit down anyhow. He looked round the room, but only two sparrows were chasing one another. She obeyed and took hold of his hand. He stroked it and she smiled, and gasped as if she had risen to the surface of the water, then touched her ear. My echo's better. That's good. You'll be perfectly well in a few days, but you must save yourself up for the trial. Das is a very good fellow, we shall all be with you. But Ronnie, dear Ronnie, perhaps there oughtn't to be any trial. I don't quite know what you're saying, and I don't think you do. If Dr. Aziz never did it, he ought to be let out. A shiver like impending death passed over Ronnie. He said hurriedly, he was let out until the Mohurrim riot, when he had to be put in again. To divert her, he told her the story, which was held to be amusing. Nureddin had stolen the Nawab Bahadur's car and driven Aziz into a ditch in the dark. Both of them had fallen out, and Nureddin had cut his face open. Their wailing had been drowned by the cries of the faithful, and it was quite a time before they were rescued by the police. Nureddin was taken to the Minto hospital, Aziz restored to prison, with an additional charge against him of disturbing the public peace. Half a minute, he remarked when the anecdote was over, and went to the telephone to ask Calendar to look in as soon as he found it convenient, because she hadn't borne the journey well. When he returned, she was in a nervous crisis, but it took a different form. She clung to him, and sobbed, help me to do what I ought. Aziz is good. You heard your mother say so. Heard what? He's good, I've been so wrong to accuse him. Mother never said so. Didn't she? She asked, quite reasonable, open to every suggestion anyway. She never mentioned that name once. But, Ronnie, I heard her. Pure illusion. You can't be quite well, can you, to make up a thing like that? I suppose I can't. How amazing of me. I was listening to all she said, as far as it could be listened to. She gets very incoherent. When her voice dropped she said it, towards the end, when she talked about love I couldn't follow, but just then she said, Dr. Aziz never did it. Those words? The idea more than the words. Never, never, my dear girl. Complete illusion. His name was not mentioned by anyone. Look here, you are confusing this with Fielding's letter. That's it, she cried, greatly relieved. I knew I'd heard his name somewhere. I am so grateful to you for clearing this up. It's the sort of mistake that worries me, and proves I'm neurotic. So you won't go saying he's innocent again, will you? For every servant I've got is a spy. He went to the window. The Molly had gone, or rather had turned into two small children. Impossible they should know English, but he sent them packing. They all hate us, he explained. It'll be all right after the verdict, for I will say this for them, they do accept the accomplished fact, but at present they're pouring out money like water to catch us tripping, and a remark like yours is the very thing they look out for. It would enable them to say it was a put-up job on the part of us officials. You see what I mean? Mrs. Moore came back, with the same air of ill temper, and sat down with a flump by the card table. To clear the confusion up, Ronnie asked her point-blank whether she had mentioned the prisoner. She could not understand the question and the reason of it had to be explained. She replied, I never said his name, and began to play patience. I thought you said, Aziz is an innocent man, but it was in Mr. Fielding's letter. Of course he is innocent, she answered indifferently. It was the first time she had expressed an opinion on the point. You see, Ronnie, I was right, said the girl. You were not right, she never said it. But she thinks it. Who cares what she thinks? Red 9 on black 10, from the card table. She can think, and Fielding too, but there's such a thing as evidence, I suppose. I know, but is it again my duty to talk? Asked Mrs. Moore, looking up. Apparently, as you keep interrupting me. Only if you have anything sensible to say. Oh, how tedious, trivial, and as when she had scoffed at love, her mind seemed to move towards them from a great distance and out of darkness. Oh, why is everything still my duty? When shall I be free from your fuss? Was he in the cave and were you in the cave and on, and unto us a son is born, unto us a child is given, and am I good and is he bad and are we saved, and ending everything the echo? I don't hear it so much, said Adela, moving towards her. You send it away, you do nothing but good, you are so good. I am not good, no, bad. She spoke more calmly and resumed her cards, saying as she turned them up, a bad old woman, bad, detestable. I used to be good with the children growing up, also I meet this young man in his mosque, I wanted him to be happy. Good, happy, small people. They do not exist, they were a dream. But I will not help you to torture him for what he never did. There are different ways of evil and I prefer mine to yours. Have you any evidence in the prisoner's favor? Said Ronnie in the tones of the just official. If so, it is your bounden duty to go into the witness box for him instead of for us. No one will stop you. One knows people's characters, as you call them, she retorted disdainfully, as if she really knew more than character but could not impart it. I have heard both English and Indians speak well of him, and I felt it isn't the sort of thing he would do. Feeble, mother, feeble. Most feeble. And most inconsiderate to Adela. Adela said, it would be so appalling if I was wrong. I should take my own life. He turned on her with, what was I warning you just now? You know you're right, and the whole station knows it. Yes, he. This is very, very awful. I'm as certain as ever he followed me, only, wouldn't it be possible to withdraw the case? I dread the idea of giving evidence more and more, and you are all so good to women here and you have so much more power than in England. Look at Miss Derrick's motor car. Oh, of course it's out of the question, I'm ashamed to have mentioned it, please forgive me. That's all right, he said inadequately. Of course I forgive you, as you call it. But the case has to come before a magistrate now, it really must, the machinery has started. She has started the machinery, it will work to its end. Adela inclined towards tears in consequence of this unkind remark, and Ronnie picked up the list of steamship sailings with an excellent notion in his head. His mother ought to leave India at once, she was doing no good to herself or to anyone else there. Chapter 23. Lady Mellanby, wife to the Lieutenant Governor of the province, had been gratified by the appeal addressed to her by the ladies of Chandrapur. She could not do anything, besides, she was sailing for England, but she desired to be informed if she could show sympathy in any other way. Mrs. Turton replied that Mr. Heaslop's mother was trying to get a passage, but had delayed too long, and all the boats were full. Could Lady Mellanby use her influence? Not even Lady Mellanby could expand the dimensions of AP&O, but she was a very, very nice woman, and she actually wired offering the unknown and obscure old lady accommodation in her own reserved cabin. It was like a gift from heaven. Humble and grateful, Ronnie could not but reflect that there are compensations for every woe. His name was familiar at Government House owing to poor Adela, and now Mrs. Moore would stamp it on Lady Mellanby's imagination, as they journeyed across the Indian Ocean and up the Red Sea. He had a return of tenderness for his mother, as we do for our relatives when they receive conspicuous and unexpected honor. She was not negligible, she could still arrest the attention of a high official's wife. So Mrs. Moore had all she wished. She escaped the trial, the marriage, and the hot weather. She would return to England in comfort and distinction, and see her other children. At her son's suggestion, and by her own desire, she departed. But she accepted her good luck without enthusiasm. She had come to that state where the horror of the universe and its smallness are both visible at the same time, the twilight of the double vision in which so many elderly people are involved. If this world is not to our taste, well, at all events there is heaven, hell, annihilation, one or other of those large things, that huge scenic background of stars, fires, blue or black air. All heroic endeavor, and all that is known as art, assumes that there is such a background, just as all practical endeavor, when the world is to our taste, assumes that the world is all. But in the twilight of the double vision, a spiritual muddledom is set up for which no high-sounding words can be found. We can neither act nor refrain from action, we can neither ignore nor respect infinity. Mrs. Moore had always inclined to resignation. As soon as she landed in India it seemed to her good, and when she saw the water flowing through the mosque tank, or the Ganges, or the moon, caught in the shawl of night with all the other stars, it seemed a beautiful goal and an easy one. To be one with the universe. So dignified and simple. But there was always some little duty to be performed first, some new card to be turned up from the diminishing pack and placed, and while she was pottering about, the Malabar struck its gong. What had spoken to her in that scoured-out cavity of the granite? What dwelt in the first of the caves? Something very old and very small. Before time, it was before space also. Something snub-nosed, incapable of generosity, the undying worm itself. Since hearing its voice, she had not entertained one large thought, she was actually envious of Adela. All this fuss over a frightened girl. Nothing had happened, and if it had, she found herself thinking with the cynicism of a withered priestess, if it had, there are worse evils than love. The unspeakable attempt presented itself to her as love, in a cave, in a church, boom, it amounts to the same. Visions are supposed to entail profundity, but wait till you get one, dear reader. The abyss also may be petty, the serpent of eternity made of maggots. Her constant thought was, less attention should be paid to my future daughter-in-law and more to me. There is no sorrow like my sorrow, although when the attention was paid she rejected it irritably. Her son couldn't escort her to Bombay, for the local situation continued acute, and all officials had to remain at their posts. Anthony couldn't come either, in case he never returned to give his evidence. So she traveled with no one who could remind her of the past. This was a relief. The heat had drawn back a little before its next advance, and the journey was not unpleasant. As she left Chandrapur, the moon, full again, shone over the Ganges and touched the shrinking channels into threads of silver, then veered and looked into her window. The swift and comfortable mail train slid with her through the night, and all the next day she was rushing through central India, through landscapes that were baked and bleached but had not the hopeless melancholy of the plain. She watched the indestructible life of man and his changing faces, and the houses he has built for himself and God, and they appeared to her not in terms of her own trouble but as things to see. There was, for instance, a place called Asurgur which she passed at sunset and identified on a map, an enormous fortress among wooded hills. No one had ever mentioned Asurgur to her, but it had huge and noble bastions, and to the right of them was a mosque. She forgot it. 10 minutes later, Asurgur reappeared. The mosque was to the left of the bastions now. The train in its descent through the Vindhyas had described a semicircle round Asurgur. What could she connect it with except its own name? Nothing. She knew no one who lived there. But it had looked at her twice and seemed to say, "I do not vanish." She woke in the middle of the night with a start, for the train was falling over the western cliff. Moonlit pinnacles rushed up at her like the fringes of a sea, then a brief episode of plain, the real sea, and the soupy dawn of Bombay. I have not seen the right places, she thought, as she saw embayed in the platforms of the Victoria terminus the end of the rails that had carried her over a continent and could never carry her back. She would never visit Asurgur or the other untouched places, neither Delhi nor Agra nor the Rajputana cities nor Kashmir, nor the obscurer marvels that had sometimes shone through men's speech, the bilingual rock of Girnar, the statue of Sri Belgala, the ruins of Mandu and Hampi, temples of Khajuraho, gardens of Shalimar. As she drove through the huge city which the West has built and abandoned with a gesture of despair, she longed to stop, though it was only Bombay, and disentangle the 100 Indias that passed each other in its streets. The feet of the horses moved her on, and presently the boat sailed and thousands of coconut palms appeared all round the anchorage and climbed the hills to wave her farewell. "So you thought an echo was India, you took the Marabar caves as final," they laughed. "What have we in common with them, or they with Asurgur? Goodbye." Then the steamer rounded Calabar, the continent swung about, the cliff of the Ghats melted into the haze of a tropic sea. Lady Mellanby turned up and advised her not to stand in the heat. "We are safely out of the frying pan," said Lady Mellanby, "it will never do to fall into the fire." Chapter 24. Making sudden changes of gear, the heat accelerated its advance after Mrs. Moore's departure until existence had to be endured in crime punished with the thermometer at 112. Electric fans hummed and spat, water splashed onto screens, ice clinked, and outside these defenses, between a grayish sky and a yellowish earth, clouds of dust moved hesitatingly. In Europe life retreats out of the cold, and exquisite fireside myths have resulted: Balder, Persephone, but here the retreat is from the source of life, the treacherous sun, and no poetry adorns it because disillusionment cannot be beautiful. Men yearn for poetry though they may not confess it. They desire that joy shall be graceful and sorrow august and infinity have a form, and India fails to accommodate them. The annual helter-skelter of April, when irritability and lust spread like a canker, is one of her comments on the orderly hopes of humanity. Fish manage better. Fish, as the tanks dry, wriggle into the mud and wait for the rains to uncake them. But men try to be harmonious all the year round, and the results are occasionally disastrous. The triumphant machine of civilization may suddenly hitch and be immobilized into a car of stone, and at such moments the destiny of the English seems to resemble their predecessors, who also entered the country with intent to refashion it, but were in the end worked into its pattern and covered with its dust. Adela, after years of intellectualism, had resumed her morning kneel to Christianity. There seemed no harm in it, it was the shortest and easiest cut to the unseen, and she could tack her troubles onto it. Just as the Hindu clerks asked Lakshmi for an increase in pay, so did she implore Jehovah for a favorable verdict. God who saves the king will surely support the police. Her deity returned a consoling reply, but the touch of her hands on her face started prickly heat, and she seemed to swallow and expectorate the same insipid clot of air that had weighed on her lungs all the night. Also the voice of Mrs. Turton disturbed her. "Are you ready, young lady?" it pealed from the next room. "Half a minute," she murmured. The Turtons had received her after Mrs. Moore left. Their kindness was incredible, but it was her position not her character that moved them. She was the English girl who had had the terrible experience, and for whom too much could not be done. No one, except Ronnie, had any idea of what passed in her mind, and he only dimly, for where there is officialism every human relationship suffers. In her sadness she said to him, "I bring you nothing but trouble, I was right on the Maidan, we had better just be friends," but he protested, for the more she suffered the more highly he valued her. Did she love him? This question was somehow draggled up with the Marabar. It had been in her mind as she entered the fatal cave. Was she capable of loving anyone? Miss quested, Adela, what do ye call yourself? It's 7:30. We ought to think of starting for that court when you feel inclined. She's saying her prayers, came the collector's voice. Sorry, my dear, take your time. Was your Kota Hazri all right? I can't eat, might I have a little brandy? She asked, deserting Jehovah. When it was brought, she shuddered, and said she was ready to go. Drink it up, not a bad notion, a peg. I don't think it'll really help me, Burra Sahib. You sent brandy down to the court, didn't you, Mary? I should think I did, champagne too. I'll thank you this evening, I'm all to pieces now, said the girl, forming each syllable carefully as if her trouble would diminish if it were accurately defined. She was afraid of reticence, in case something that she herself did not perceive took shape beneath it, and she had rehearsed with Mr. McBride in an odd, mincing way her terrible adventure in the cave, how the man had never actually touched her but dragged her about, and so on. Her aim this morning was to announce, meticulously, that the strain was appalling, and she would probably break down under Mr. Amritreo's cross-examination and disgrace her friends. My echo has come back again badly, she told them. How about aspirin? It is not a headache, it is an echo. Unable to dispel the buzzing in her ears, Major Calendar had diagnosed it as a fancy, which must not be encouraged. So the Turtons changed the subject. The cool little lick of the breeze was passing over the earth, dividing night from day. It would fail in 10 minutes, but they might profit by it for their drive down into the city. I am sure to break down, she repeated. You won't, said the collector, his voice full of tenderness. Of course she won't, she's a real sport. But Mrs. Turton, yes, my dear child? If I do break down, it is of no consequence. It would matter in some trials, not in this. I put it to myself in the following way, I can really behave as I like, cry, be absurd, I am sure to get my verdict, unless Mr. Doss is most frightfully unjust. You're bound to win, he said calmly, and did not remind her that there was bound to be an appeal. The Nawab Bahadur had financed the defense, and would ruin himself sooner than let an innocent Moslem perish, and other interests, less reputable, were in the background too. The case might go up from court to court, with consequences that no official could foresee. Under his very eyes, the temper of Chandrapur was altering. As his car turned out of the compound, there was a tap of silly anger on its paint, a pebble thrown by a child. Some larger stones were dropped near the mosque. In the Maidan, a squad of native police on motorcycles waited to escort them through the bazaars. The collector was irritated and muttered, McBride's an old woman, but Mrs. Turton said, really, after Muharram a show of force will do no harm, it's ridiculous to pretend they don't hate us, do give up that farce. He replied in an odd, sad voice, I don't hate them, I don't know why, and he didn't hate them, for if he did, he would have had to condemn his own career as a bad investment. He retained a contemptuous affection for the pawns he had moved about for so many years, they must be worth his pains. After all, it's our women who make everything more difficult out here, was his inmost thought, as he caught sight of some obscenities upon a long blank wall, and beneath his chivalry to misquested resentment lurked, waiting its day. Perhaps there is a grain of resentment in all chivalry. Some students had gathered in front of the city magistrate's court, hysterical boys whom he would have faced if alone, but he told the driver to work round to the rear of the building. The students jeered, and Rafi, hiding behind a comrade that he might not be identified, called out the English were cowards. They gained Ronnie's private room, where a group of their own sort had collected. None were cowardly, all nervy, for queer reports kept coming in. The sweepers had just struck, and half the commodes of Chandrapur remained desolate in consequence, only half, and sweepers from the district, who felt less strongly about the innocence of Dr. Aziz, would arrive in the afternoon, and break the strike, but why should the grotesque incident occur? And a number of Mohammedan ladies had sworn to take no food until the prisoner was acquitted. Their death would make little difference, indeed, being invisible, they seemed dead already, nevertheless it was disquieting. A new spirit seemed abroad, a rearrangement, which no one in the stern little band of whites could explain. There was a tendency to see Fielding at the back of it. The idea that he was weak and cranky had been dropped. They abused Fielding vigorously. He had been seen driving up with the two consuls, Amritreo and Mahmud Ali. He encouraged the Boy Scout movement for seditious reasons. He received letters with foreign stamps on them, and was probably a Japanese spy. This morning's verdict would break the renegade, but he had done his country and the empire incalculable disservice. While they denounced him, Miss Quested lay back with her hands on the arms of her chair and her eyes closed, reserving her strength. They noticed her after a time, and felt ashamed of making so much noise. "Can we do nothing for you?" Miss Derrick said. "I don't think so, Nancy, and I seem able to do nothing for myself." "But you're strictly forbidden to talk like that. You're wonderful." "Yes indeed," came the reverent chorus. "My old Doss is all right," said Ronnie, starting a new subject in low tones. "Not one of them's all right," contradicted Major Calendar. "Doss is, really?" "You mean he's more frightened of acquitting than convicting, because if he acquits he'll lose his job," said Leslie with a clever little laugh. Ronnie did mean that, but he cherished illusions about his own subordinates, following the finer traditions of his service here, and he liked to maintain that his old Doss really did possess moral courage of the public school brand. He pointed out that, from one point of view, it was good that an Indian was taking the case. Conviction was inevitable, so better let an Indian pronounce it, there would be less fuss in the long run. Interested in the argument, he let Adela become dim in his mind. "In fact, you disapprove of the appeal I forwarded to Lady Mellanby," said Mrs. Turton with considerable heat. "Pray don't apologize, Mr. Heaslop, I am accustomed to being in the wrong." "I didn't mean that, all right. I said don't apologize." "Those swine are always on the lookout for a grievance," said Leslie, to propitiate her. "Swine, I should think so," the Major echoed. "And what's more, I'll tell you what. What's happened is a damn good thing really, barring of course its application to present company. It'll make them squeal, and it's time they did squeal. I've put the fear of God into them at the hospital anyhow. You should see the grandson of our so-called leading loyalist." He tittered brutally as he described poor Noureddin's present appearance. "His beauty's gone, 5 upper teeth, 2 lower and a nostril. Old Punna Lal brought him the looking glass yesterday and he blubbered. I laughed, I tell you, and so would you. That used to be one of these buck niggers, I thought, now he's all septic, damn him, blast his soul. I believe he was unspeakably immoral." He subsided, nudged in the ribs, but added, "I wish I'd had the cutting up of my late assistant too. Nothing's too bad for these people." At last some sense is being taught, Mrs. Turton cried, much to her husband's discomfort. "That's what I say there's not such a thing as cruelty after a thing like this." "Exactly, and remember it afterwards, you men. You're weak, weak, weak. Why, they ought to crawl from here to the caves on their hands and knees whenever an Englishwoman's in sight. They oughtn't to be spoken to, they ought to be spat at, they ought to be ground into the dust. We've been far too kind with our bridge parties and the rest." She paused. Profiting by her wrath, the heat had invaded her. She subsided into a lemon squash, and continued between the sips to murmur, "Weak, weak." And the process was repeated. The issues Miss Quested had raised were so much more important than she was herself that people inevitably forgot her. Presently the case was called. Their chairs preceded them into the court, for it was important that they should look dignified. And when the Chaprasis had made all ready, they filed into the ramshackly room with a condescending air, as if it was a booth at a fair. The collector made a small official joke as he sat down, at which his entourage smiled, and the Indians, who could not hear what he said, felt that some new cruelty was afoot, otherwise the sahibs would not chuckle. The court was crowded and of course very hot, and the first person Adela noticed in it was the humblest of all who were present, a person who had no bearing officially upon the trial, the man who pulled the punkah. Almost naked, and splendidly formed, he sat on a raised platform near the back, in the middle of the central gangway, and he caught her attention as she came in, and he seemed to control the proceedings. He had the strength and beauty that sometimes come to flower in Indians of low birth. When that strange race nears the dust and is condemned as untouchable, then nature remembers the physical perfection that she accomplished elsewhere, and throws out a god, not many, but one here and there, to prove to society how little its categories impress her. This man would have been notable anywhere. Among the thin-hammed, flat-chested mediocrities of Chandrapur he stood out as divine, yet he was of the city, its garbage had nourished him, he would end on its rubbish heaps. Pulling the rope towards him, relaxing it rhythmically, sending swirls of air over others, receiving none himself, he seemed apart from human destinies, a male fate, a winnower of souls. Opposite him, also on a platform, sat the little assistant magistrate, cultivated, self-conscious, and conscientious. The Punkawalla was none of these things. He scarcely knew that he existed and did not understand why the court was fuller than usual. Indeed, he did not know that it was fuller than usual, didn't even know he worked a fan, though he thought he pulled a rope. Something in his aloofness impressed the girl from middle-class England, and rebuked the narrowness of her sufferings. In virtue of what had she collected this roomful of people together? Her particular brand of opinions, and the suburban Jehovah who sanctified them. By what right did they claim so much importance in the world, and assume the title of civilization? Mrs. Moore, she looked round, but Mrs. Moore was far away on the sea. It was the kind of question they might have discussed on the voyage out before the old lady had turned disagreeable and queer. While thinking of Mrs. Moore, she heard sounds, which gradually grew more distinct. The epoch-making trial had started, and the superintendent of police was opening the case for the prosecution. Mr. McBride was not at pains to be an interesting speaker. He left eloquence to the defense, who would require it. His attitude was, everyone knows the man's guilty, and I am obliged to say so in public before he goes to the Andamans. He made no moral or emotional appeal, and it was only by degrees that the studied negligence of his manner made itself felt, and lashed part of the audience to fury. Laboriously did he describe the genesis of the picnic. The prisoner had met Miss Quested at an entertainment given by the principal of Government College, and had there conceived his intentions concerning her. Prisoner was a man of loose life, as documents found upon him at his arrest would testify. Also his fellow assistant, Dr. Punna Lal, was in a position to throw light on his character, and Major Calendar himself would speak. Here Mr. McBride paused. He wanted to keep the proceedings as clean as possible, but Oriental pathology, his favorite theme, lay around him, and he could not resist it. Taking off his spectacles, as was his habit before enunciating a general truth, he looked into them sadly, and remarked that the darker races are physically attracted by the fairer, but not vice versa. Not a matter for bitterness this, not a matter for abuse, but just a fact which any scientific observer will confirm. Even when the lady is so uglier than the gentleman? The comment fell from nowhere, from the ceiling perhaps. It was the first interruption, and the magistrate felt bound to censure it. "Turn that man out," he said. One of the native policemen took hold of a man who had said nothing, and turned him out roughly. Mr. McBride resumed his spectacles and proceeded. But the comment had upset Miss Quested. Her body resented being called ugly, and trembled. "Do you feel faint, Adela?" asked Miss Derrick, who tended her with loving indignation. "I never feel anything else, Nancy. I shall get through, but it's awful, awful." This led to the first of a series of scenes. Her friends began to fuss around her, and the major called out, "I must have better arrangements than this made for my patient. Why isn't she given a seat on the platform? She gets no air." Mr. Doss looked annoyed and said, "I shall be happy to accommodate Miss Quested with a chair up here in view of the particular circumstances of her health." The Chaprasis passed up not one chair but several, and the entire party followed Adela onto the platform, Mr. Fielding being the only European who remained in the body of the hall. "That's better," remarked Mrs. Turton, as she settled herself. "Thoroughly desirable change for several reasons," replied the major. The magistrate knew that he ought to censure this remark, but did not dare to. Calendar saw that he was afraid, and called out authoritatively, "Right, McBride, go ahead now, sorry to have interrupted you." "Are you all right yourselves?" asked the superintendent. We shall do. "Go on, Mr. Doss, we are not here to disturb you," said the collector patronizingly. Indeed, they had not so much disturbed the trial as taken charge of it. While the prosecution continued, Miss Quested examined the hall timidly at first, as though it would scorch her eyes. She observed to left and right of the punkah man many a half-known face. Beneath her were gathered all the wreckage of her silly attempt to see India, the people she had met at the bridge party, the man and his wife who hadn't sent their carriage, the old man who would lend his car, various servants, villagers, officials, and the prisoner himself. There he sat, strong, neat little Indian with very black hair, and pliant hands. She viewed him without special emotion. Since they last met, she had elevated him into a principle of evil, but now he seemed to be what he had always been, a slight acquaintance. He was negligible, devoid of significance, dry like a bone, and though he was guilty, no atmosphere of sin surrounded him. "I suppose he is guilty. Can I possibly have made a mistake?" she thought. For this question still occurred to her intellect, though since Mrs. Moore's departure it had ceased to trouble her conscience. Pleader Mahmud Ali now arose, and asked with ponderous and ill-judged irony whether his client could be accommodated on the platform too. Even Indians felt unwell sometimes, though naturally Major Calendar did not think so, being in charge of a government hospital. "Another example of their exquisite sense of humor," sang Miss Derrick. Ronnie looked at Mr. Doss to see how he would handle the difficulty, and Mr. Doss became agitated, and snubbed Pleader Mahmud Ali severely. "Excuse me," it was the turn of the eminent barrister from Calcutta. He was a fine-looking man, large and bony, with grey closely cropped hair. "We object to the presence of so many European ladies and gentlemen upon the platform," he said in an Oxford voice. "They will have the effect of intimidating our witnesses. Their place is with the rest of the public in the body of the hall. We have no objection to Miss Quested remaining on the platform. Since she has been unwell, we shall extend every courtesy to her throughout, despite the scientific truths revealed to us by the District Superintendent of Police, but we do object to the others." "Oh, cut the cackle and let's have the verdict," the Major growled. The distinguished visitor gazed at the magistrate respectfully. "I agree to that," said Mr. Doss, hiding his face desperately in some papers. "It was only to Miss Quested that I gave permission to sit up here. Her friends should be so excessively kind as to climb down." "Well done, Doss, quite sound," said Ronnie with devastating honesty. "Climb down, indeed, what incredible impertinence!" Mrs. Turton cried. "Do come quietly, Mary," murmured her husband. "Hi! My patient can't be left unattended. Do you object to the civil surgeon remaining, Mr. Amritreo?" "I should object. A platform confers authority. Even when it's 1 foot high, so come along all," said the collector, trying to laugh. "Thank you very much, sir," said Mr. Doss, greatly relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Heaslop, thank you ladies all." And the party, including Miss Quested, descended from its rash eminence. The news of their humiliation spread quickly, and people jeered outside. Their special chairs followed them. Mahmud Ali, who was quite silly and useless with hatred, objected even to these, by whose authority had special chairs been introduced. Why had the Nawab Bahadur not been given one? Etc. People began to talk all over the room, about chairs ordinary and special, strips of carpet, platforms 1 foot high. But the little excursion had a good effect on Miss Quested's nerves. She felt easier now that she had seen all the people who were in the room. It was like knowing the worst. She was sure now that she should come through all right, that is to say, without spiritual disgrace, and she passed the good news on to Ronnie and Mrs. Turton. They were too much agitated with the defeat to British prestige to be interested. From where she sat, she could see the renegade Mr. Fielding. She had had a better view of him from the platform, and knew that an Indian child perched on his knee. He was watching the proceedings, watching her. When their eyes met, he turned his away, as if direct intercourse was of no interest to him. The magistrate was also happier. He had won the battle of the platform, and gained confidence. Intelligent and impartial, he continued to listen to the evidence, and tried to forget that later on he should have to pronounce a verdict in accordance with it. The superintendent trundled steadily forward. He had expected these outbursts of insolence. They are the natural gestures of an inferior race, and he betrayed no hatred of Aziz, merely an abysmal contempt. The speech dealt at length with the prisoners' dupes, as they were called: Fielding, the servant Antony, the Nawab Bahadur. This aspect of the case had always seemed dubious to Miss Quested, and she had asked the police not to develop it. But they were playing for a heavy sentence, and wanted to prove that the assault was premeditated. And in order to illustrate the strategy, they produced a plan of the Marabar Hills, showing the route that the party had taken, and the tank of the dagger where they had camped. The magistrate displayed interest in archaeology. An elevation of a specimen cave was produced. It was lettered Buddhist cave. Not Buddhist, I think, Jain. In which cave is the offense alleged, the Buddhist or the Jain? Asked Mahmud Ali, with the air of unmasking a conspiracy. All the Marabar caves are Jain. Yes, sir. Then in which Jain cave? You will have an opportunity of putting such questions later. Mr. McBride smiled faintly at their fatuity. Indians invariably collapse over some such point as this. He knew that the defense had some wild hope of establishing an alibi, that they had tried, unsuccessfully, to identify the guide, and that Fielding and Hamidullah had gone out to the Kawa Dole and paced and measured all one moonlit night. Mr. Leslie says they're Buddhist, and he ought to know if anyone does. But may I call attention to the shape? And he described what had occurred there. Then he spoke of Miss Derrick's arrival, of the scramble down the gully, of the return of the two ladies to Chandrapur, and of the document Miss Quested signed on her arrival, in which mention was made of the field glasses. And then came the culminating evidence, the discovery of the field glasses on the prisoner. I have nothing to add at present, he concluded, removing his spectacles. I will now call my witnesses. The facts will speak for themselves. The prisoner is one of those individuals who have led a double life. I dare say his degeneracy gained upon him gradually. He has been very cunning at concealing, as is usual with the type, and pretending to be a respectable member of society, getting a government position even. He is now entirely vicious and beyond redemption, I am afraid. He behaved most cruelly, most brutally, to another of his guests, another English lady. In order to get rid of her, and leave him free for his crime, he crushed her into a cave among his servants. However, that is by the way. But his last words brought on another storm, and suddenly a new name, Mrs. Moore, burst on the court like a whirlwind. Mahmud Ali had been enraged, his nerves snapped, he shrieked like a maniac, and asked whether his client was charged with murder as well as rape, and who was the second English lady. I don't propose to call her. You don't because you can't. You have smuggled her out of the country. She is Mrs. Moore. She would have proved his innocence. She was on our side. She was poor Indian's friend. You could have called her yourself, cried the magistrate. Neither side called her, neither must quote her as evidence. She was kept from us until too late. I learned too late. This is English justice. Here is your British Raj. Give us back Mrs. Moore for 5 minutes only, and she will save my friend, she will save the name of his sons. Don't rule her out, Mr. Doss. Take back those words as you yourself are a father. Tell me where they have put her. Oh, Mrs. Moore. If the point is of any interest, my mother should have reached Aden, said Ronnie dryly. He ought not to have intervened, but the onslaught had startled him. Imprisoned by you there because she knew the truth. He was almost out of his mind, and could be heard saying above the tumult, I ruined my career. No matter, we are all to be ruined one by one. This is no way to defend your case, counseled the magistrate. I am not defending a case, nor are you trying one. We are both of us slaves. Mr. Mahmud Ali, I have already warned you, and unless you sit down I shall exercise my authority. Do so, this trial is a farce, I am going. And he handed his papers to Amritreo and left, calling from the door histrionically yet with intense passion, Aziz, Aziz, farewell forever. The tumult increased, the invocation of Mrs. Moore continued, and people who did not know what the syllables meant repeated them like a charm. They became Indianized into Esmisesmore, they were taken up in the street outside. In vain the magistrate threatened and expelled. Until the magic exhausted itself, he was powerless. Unexpected, remarked Mr. Turton. Ronnie furnished the explanation. Before she sailed, his mother had taken to talk about the Marabar in her sleep, especially in the afternoon when servants were on the veranda, and her disjointed remarks on Aziz had doubtless been sold to Mahmud Ali for a few annas. That kind of thing never ceases in the East. I thought they'd try something of the sort. Ingenious. He looked into their wide-open mouths. They get just like over their religion, he added calmly. Start and can't stop. I'm sorry for your old Doss, he's not getting much of a show. Mr. Heaslop, how disgraceful dragging in your dear mother, said Miss Derrick, bending forward. It's just a trick, and they happen to pull it off. Now one sees why they had Mahmud Ali, just to make a scene on the chance. It is his speciality. But he disliked it more than he showed. It was revolting to hear his mother travestied into Esmisesmore, a Hindu goddess. Esmisesmore, 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 Esmisesmore. Ronnie, yes, old girl? Isn't it all queer? I'm afraid it's very upsetting for you. Not the least. I don't mind it. Well, that's good. She had spoken more naturally and healthily than usual. Bending into the middle of her friends, she said, Don't worry about me, I'm much better than I was, I don't feel the least faint, I shall be all right, and thank you all, thank you for your kindness. She had to shout her gratitude, for the chant, Esmisesmore, went on. Aziz was so fond of her too. But it has made me remember that we must all die. All these personal relations we try to live by are temporary. I used to feel death selected people, it is a notion one gets from novels, because some of the characters are usually left talking at the end. Now death spares no one begins to be real. Don't let it become too real, or you'll die yourself. That is the objection to meditating upon death. We are subdued to what we work in. I have felt the same temptation, and had to sheer off. I want to go on living a bit. So do I. A friendliness, as of dwarfs shaking hands, was in the air. Both man and woman were at the height of their powers, sensible, honest, even subtle. They spoke the same language, and held the same opinions, and the variety of age and sex did not divide them. Yet they were dissatisfied. When they agreed, I want to go on living a bit, or, I don't believe in God, the words were followed by a curious backwash as though the universe had displaced itself to fill up a tiny void, or as though they had seen their own gestures from an immense height. Dwarfs talking, shaking hands and assuring each other that they stood on the same footing of insight. They did not think they were wrong, because as soon as honest people think they are wrong, instability sets up. Not for them was an infinite goal behind the stars, and they never sought it. But wistfulness descended on them now, as on other occasions, the shadow of a dream fell over their clear-cut interests, and objects never seen again seemed messages from another world. And I do like you so very much, if I may say so, he affirmed. I'm glad, for I like you. Let's meet again. We will, in England, if I ever take home leave. But I suppose you're not likely to do that yet. Quite a chance. I have a scheme on now, as a matter of fact. Oh, that would be very nice. So it petered out. 10 days later Adela went off, by the same route as her dead friend. The final beat up before the monsoon had come. The country was stricken and blurred. Its houses, trees and fields were all modelled out of the same brown paste, and the sea at Bombay slid about like broth against the quays. Her last Indian adventure was with Antony, who followed her onto the boat and tried to blackmail her. She had been Mr. Fielding's mistress, Anthony said. Perhaps Anthony was discontented with his tip. She rang the cabin bell and had him turned out, but his statement created rather a scandal, and people did not speak to her much during the first part of the voyage. Through the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea she was left to herself, and to the dregs of Chandrapur. With Egypt the atmosphere altered. The clean sands, heaped on each side of the canal, seemed to wipe off everything that was difficult and equivocal, and even Port Said looked pure and charming in the light of a rose-gray morning. She went on shore there with an American missionary. They walked out to the Lesseps statue, they drank the tonic air of the Levant. To what duties, Miss Quested, are you returning in your own country after your taste of the tropics? The missionary asked. Observe, I don't say to what do you turn, but to what do you return. Every life ought to contain both a turn and a return. This celebrated pioneer, he pointed to the statue, will make my question clear. He turns to the east, he returns to the west. You can see it from the cute position of his hands, one of which holds a string of sausages. The missionary looked at her humorously, in order to cover the emptiness of his mind. He had no idea what he meant by turn and return, but he often used words in pairs, for the sake of moral brightness. I see, she replied. Suddenly, in the Mediterranean clarity, she had seen. Her first duty on returning to England was to look up those other children of Mrs. Moore's, Ralph and Stella, then she would turn to her profession. Mrs. Moore had tended to keep the products of her 2 marriages apart, and Adela had not come across the younger branch so far. Chapter 30. Another local consequence of the trial was a Hindu-Muslim entente. Loud protestations of amity were exchanged by prominent citizens, and there went with them a genuine desire for a good understanding. Aziz, when he was at the hospital one day, received a visit from rather a sympathetic figure, Mr. Das. The magistrate sought 2 favors from him, a remedy for shingles and a poem for his brother-in-law's new monthly magazine. He accorded both. My dear Das, why, when you tried to send me to prison, should I try to send Mr. Bhattacharya a poem? Eh? That is naturally entirely a joke. I will write him the best I can, but I thought your magazine was for Hindus. It is not for Hindus, but Indians generally, he said timidly. There is no such person in existence as the general Indian. There was not, but there may be when you have written a poem. You are our hero, the whole city is behind you, irrespective of creed. I know, but will it last? I fear not, said Das, who had much mental clearness. And for that reason, if I may say so, do not introduce too many Persian expressions into the poem, and not too much about the bulbul. Half a sec, said Aziz, biting his pencil. He was writing out a prescription. Here you are. Is not this better than a poem? Happy the man who can compose both. You are full of compliments today. I know you bear me a grudge for trying that case, said the other, stretching out his hand impulsively. You are so kind and friendly, but always I detect irony beneath your manner. No, what nonsense, protested Aziz. They shook hands, in a half-embrace that typified the entente. Between people of distant climes there is always the possibility of romance, but the various branches of Indians know too much about each other to surmount the unknowable easily. The approach is prosaic. Excellent, said Aziz, patting a stout shoulder and thinking, I wish they did not remind me of cow dung. Das thought, some Moslems are very violent. They smiled wistfully, each spying the thought in the other's heart, and Das, the more articulate, said, excuse my mistakes, realize my limitations. Life is not easy as we know it on the earth. Oh, well, about this poem, how did you hear I sometimes scribbled, he asked, much pleased, and a good deal moved, for literature had always been a solace to him, something that the ugliness of facts could not spoil. Professor Godbole often mentioned it, before his departure for Mao. How did he hear? He too was a poet, do you not divine each other? Flattered by the invitation, he got to work that evening. The feel of the pen between his fingers generated bulbuls at once. His poem was again about the decay of Islam and the brevity of love, as sad and sweet as he could contrive, but not nourished by personal experience, and of no interest to these excellent Hindus. Feeling dissatisfied, he rushed to the other extreme, and wrote a satire, which was too libelous to print. He could only express pathos or venom, though most of his life had no concern with either. He loved poetry, science was merely an acquisition, which he laid aside when unobserved like his European dress, and this evening he longed to compose a new song which should be acclaimed by multitudes and even sung in the fields. In what language shall it be written? And what shall it announce? He vowed to see more of Indians who were not Mohammedans, and never to look backward. It is the only healthy course. Of what help, in this latitude and hour, are the glories of Cordova and Samarkand? They have gone, and while we lament them, the English occupy Delhi and exclude us from East Africa. Islam itself, though true, throws crosslights over the path to freedom. The song of the future must transcend creed. The poem for Mr. Bhattacharya never got written, but it had an effect. It led him towards the vague and bulky figure of a motherland. He was without natural affection for the land of his birth, but the Malabar hills drove him to it. Half closing his eyes, he attempted to love India. She must imitate Japan. Not until she is a nation will her sons be treated with respect. He grew harder and less approachable. The English, whom he had laughed at or ignored, persecuted him everywhere. They had even thrown nets over his dreams. My great mistake has been taking our rulers as a joke, he said to Hamidullah next day, who replied with a sigh, it is far the wisest way to take them, but not possible in the long run. Sooner or later a disaster such as yours occurs, and reveals their secret thoughts about our character. If God himself descended from heaven into their club and said you were innocent, they would disbelieve him. Now you see why Mahmud Ali and self waste so much time over intrigues and associate with creatures like Ramchand. I cannot endure committees. I shall go right away. Where to? Turtons and Burtons, all are the same. But not in an Indian state. I believe the politicals are obliged to have better manners. It amounts to no more. I do want to get away from British India, even to a poor job. I think I could write poetry there. I wish I had lived in Babur's time and fought and written for him. Gone, gone, and not even any use to say gone, gone, for it weakens us while we say it. We need a king, Hamidullah, it would make our lives easier. As it is, we must try to appreciate these quaint Hindus. My notion now is to try for some post as doctor in one of their states. Oh, that is going much too far. It is not going as far as Mr. Ramchand. But the money, they will never pay an adequate salary, those savage Rajas. I shall never be rich anywhere, it is outside my character. If you had been sensible and made Miss Quested pay, I chose not to. Discussion of the past is useless, he said, with sudden sharpness of tone. I have allowed her to keep her fortune and buy herself a husband in England, for which it will be very necessary. Don't mention the matter again. Very well, but your life must continue a poor man's, no holidays in Kashmir for you yet, you must stick to your profession and rise to a highly paid post, not retire to a jungle state and write poems. Educate your children, read the latest scientific periodicals, compel European doctors to respect you. Accept the consequences of your own actions like a man. Aziz winked at him slowly and said, we are not in the law courts. There are many ways of being a man, mine is to express what is deepest in my heart. To such a remark there is certainly no reply, said Hamidullah, moved. Recovering himself and smiling, he said, have you heard this naughty rumor that Mohammed Latif has got hold of? Which? When Miss Quest had stopped in the college, Fielding used to visit her rather too late in the evening, the servants say. A pleasant change for her if he did, said Aziz, making a curious face. But you understand my meaning? The young man winked again and said, just. Still, your meaning doesn't help me out of my difficulties. I am determined to leave Chandrapur. The problem is, for where? I am determined to write poetry. The problem is, about what? You give me no assistance. Then, surprising both Hamidullah and himself, he had an explosion of nerves. But who does give me assistance? No one is my friend. All are traitors, even my own children. I have had enough of friends. I was going to suggest we go behind the purdah, but your 3 treacherous children are there, so you will not want to. I am sorry, it is ever since I was in prison my temper is strange, take me, forgive me. Nureddin's mother is visiting my wife now. That is all right, I think. They come before me separately, but not so far together. You had better prepare them for the united shock of my face. No, let us surprise them without warning, far too much nonsense still goes on among our ladies. They pretended at the time of your trial they would give up purdah, indeed, those of them who can write composed a document to that effect, and now it ends in humbug. You know how deeply they all respect Fielding, but not one of them has seen him. My wife says she will, but always when he calls there is some excuse, she is not feeling well, she is ashamed of the room, she has no nice sweets to offer him, only elephant's ears, and if I say elephant's ears are Mr. Fielding's favorite sweet, she replies that he will know how badly hers are made, so she cannot see him on their account. For 15 years, my dear boy, have I argued with my Begum, for 15 years, and never gained a point, yet the missionaries inform us our women are downtrodden. If you want a subject for a poem, take this, the Indian lady as she is and not as she is supposed to be. Chapter 31. Aziz had no sense of evidence. The sequence of his emotions decided his beliefs, and led to the tragic coolness between himself and his English friend. They had conquered but were not to be crowned. Fielding was away at a conference, and after the rumor about Miss Quested had been with him undisturbed for a few days, he assumed it was true. He had no objection on moral grounds to his friends amusing themselves, and Cyril, being middle-aged, could no longer expect the pick of the female market and must take his amusement where he could find it. But he resented him making up to this particular woman, whom he still regarded as his enemy. Also, why had he not been told? What is friendship without confidences? He himself had told things sometimes regarded as shocking, and the Englishman had listened, tolerant, but surrendering nothing in return. He met Fielding at the railway station on his return, agreed to dine with him, and then started taxing him by the oblique method, outwardly merry. An avowed European scandal there was, Mr. McBride and Miss Derrick. Miss Derrick's faithful attachment to Chandrapur was now explained. Mr. McBride had been caught in her room, and his wife was divorcing him. That pure-minded fellow. However, he will blame the Indian climate. Everything is our fault really. Now, have I not discovered an important piece of news for you, Cyril? Not very, said Fielding, who took little interest in distant sins. Listen to mine. Aziz's face lit up. At the conference, it was settled. This evening will do for schoolmastery. I should go straight to the Minto now, the cholera looks bad. We begin to have local cases as well as imported. In fact, the whole of life is somewhat sad. The new civil surgeon is the same as the last, but does not yet dare to be. That is all any administrative change amounts to. All my suffering has won nothing for us. But look here, Cyril, while I remember it. There's gossip about you as well as McBride. They say that you and Miss Quested became also rather too intimate friends. To speak perfectly frankly, they say you and she have been guilty of impropriety. They would say that. It's all over the town, and may injure your reputation. You know, everyone is by no means your supporter. I have tried all I could to silence such a story. Don't bother. Miss Quested has cleared out at last. It is those who stop in the country, not those who leave it, whom such a story injures. Imagine my dismay and anxiety. I could scarcely get a wink of sleep. First my name was coupled with her and now it is yours. Don't use such exaggerated phrases. As what? as dismay and anxiety. Have I not lived all my life in India? Do I not know what produces a bad impression here? His voice shot up rather crossly. Yes, but the scale. You always get the scale wrong, my dear fellow. A pity there is this rumor, but such a very small pity, so small that we may as well talk of something else. You mind for Miss Quested's sake, though. I can see from your face. As far as I do mind. I travel light. Cyril, that boastfulness about traveling light will be your ruin. It is raising up enemies against you on all sides, and makes me feel excessively uneasy. What enemies? Since Aziz had only himself in mind, he could not reply. Feeling a fool, he became angrier. I have given you list after list of the people who cannot be trusted in this city. In your position I should have the sense to know I was surrounded by enemies. You observe I speak in a low voice. It is because I see your sais is new. How do I know he isn't a spy? He lowered his voice. Every third servant is a spy. Now, what is the matter? He asked, smiling. Do you contradict my last remark? It simply doesn't affect me. Spies are as thick as mosquitoes, but it's years before I shall meet the one that kills me. You've something else in your mind. I've not, don't be ridiculous. You have. You're cross with me about something or other. Any direct attack threw him out of action. Presently he said, so you and Madame Saladella used to amuse one another in the evening, naughty boy. Those drab and high-minded talks had scarcely made for dalliance. Fielding was so startled at the story being taken seriously, and so disliked being called a naughty boy, that he lost his head and cried, You little rotter. Well, I'm damned. Amusement indeed. Is it likely at such a time? Oh, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. The licentious Oriental imagination was at work, he replied, speaking gaily, but cut to the heart. 4 hours after his mistake he bled inwardly. You see, Aziz, the circumstances, also the girl was still engaged to Hislop, also I never felt, yes, but you didn't contradict what I said, so I thought it was true. Oh dear, east and west. Most misleading. Will you please put your little rotter down at his hospital? You're not offended? Most certainly I am not. If you are, this must be cleared up later on. It has been, he answered, dignified. I believe absolutely what you say, and of that there need be no further question. But the way I said it must be cleared up. I was unintentionally rude. Unreserved regrets. The fault is entirely mine. Tangles like this still interrupted their intercourse. A pause in the wrong place, an intonation misunderstood, and a whole conversation went awry. Fielding had been startled, not shocked, but how convey the difference? There is always trouble when two people do not think of sex at the same moment, always mutual resentment and surprise, even when the two people are of the same race. He began to recapitulate his feelings about Miss Quested. Aziz cut him short with, but I believe you, I believe. Mohammed Latif shall be severely punished for inventing this. Oh, leave it alone, like all gossip, it's merely one of those half-alive things that try to crowd out real life. Take no notice, it'll vanish, like poor old Mrs. Moore's tombs. Mohammed Latif has taken to intriguing. We are already much displeased with him. Will it satisfy you if we send him back to his family without a present? We'll discuss ML at dinner. His eyes went clouded and hard. Dinner. This is most unlucky, I forgot. I have promised to dine with Das. Bring Das to me. He will have invited other friends. You are coming to dinner with me as arranged, said Fielding, looking away. I don't stand this. You are coming to dinner with me. You come. They had reached the hospital now. Fielding continued round the Maidan alone. He was annoyed with himself, but counted on dinner to pull things straight. At the post office he saw the collector. Their vehicles were parked side by side while their servants competed in the interior of the building. "Good morning, so you are back," said Turton icily. "I should be glad if you will put in your appearance at the club this evening." "I have accepted re-election, sir." "Do you regard it as necessary I should come?" "I should be glad to be excused. Indeed, I have a dinner engagement this evening." "It is not a question of your feelings, but of the wish of the Lieutenant Governor." "Perhaps you will ask me whether I speak officially." "I do." "I shall expect you this evening at 6. We shall not interfere with your subsequent plans." He attended the grim little function in due course. The skeletons of hospitality rattled, "Have a peg, have a drink." He talked for 5 minutes to Mrs. Blackiston, who was the only surviving female. He talked to McBride, who was defiant about his divorce, conscious that he had sinned as a sahib. He talked to Major Roberts, the new civil surgeon, and to young Milner, the new city magistrate, but the more the club changed, the more it promised to be the same thing. "It is no good," he thought, as he returned past the mosque, "we all build upon sand, and the more modern the country gets, the worse'll be the crash." In the old 18th century, when cruelty and injustice raged, an invisible power repaired their ravages. Everything echoes now, there's no stopping the echo. The original sound may be harmless, but the echo is always evil. This reflection about an echo lay at the verge of Fielding's mind. He could never develop it. It belonged to the universe that he had missed or rejected. And the mosque missed it too. Like himself, those shallow arcades provided but a limited asylum. There is no God, but God doesn't carry us far through the complexities of matter and spirit. It is only a game with words, really, a religious pun, not a religious truth. He found Aziz overtired and dispirited, and he determined not to allude to their misunderstanding until the end of the evening. It would be more acceptable then. He made a clean breast about the club, said he had only gone under compulsion, and should never attend again unless the order was renewed. In other words, probably never, for I am going quite soon to England. "I thought you might end in England," he said very quietly, then changed the conversation. Rather awkwardly they ate their dinner, then went out to sit in the mobile garden house. "I am only going for a little time. On official business. My service is anxious to get me away from Chandrapur for a bit. It is obliged to value me highly, but does not care for me. The situation is somewhat humorous." "What is the nature of the business? Will it leave you much spare time?" "Enough to see my friends." "I expected you to make such a reply." "You are a faithful friend." "Shall we now talk about something else?" "Willingly." "What subject?" "Poetry," he said, with tears in his eyes. "Let us discuss why poetry has lost the power of making men brave. My mother's father was also a poet, and fought against you in the mutiny. I might equal him if there was another mutiny. As it is, I am a doctor who has won a case and has 3 children to support, and whose chief subject of conversation is official plans. Let us talk about poetry." He turned his mind to the innocuous subject. "You people are sadly circumstanced. Whatever are you to write about? You cannot say, 'The rose is faded, forevermore.' We know it's faded. Yet you can't have patriotic poetry of the India, my India type, when it's nobody's India." I like this conversation. It may lead to something interesting. You are quite right in thinking that poetry must touch life. When I knew you first, you used it as an incantation. I was a child when you knew me first. Everyone was my friend then. The friend, a Persian expression for God. But I do not want to be a religious poet either. I hoped you would be. Why, when you yourself are an atheist? There is something in religion that may not be true, but has not yet been sung. Explain in detail.
Something that the Hindus have perhaps found. Let them sing it. Hindus are unable to sing.
Cyril, you sometimes make a sensible remark.
That will do for poetry for the present. Let us now return to your English visit. We haven't discussed poetry for 2 seconds, said the other, smiling.
But Aziz was addicted to cameos. He held the tiny conversation in his hand, and felt it epitomized his problem. For an instant he recalled his wife, and, as happens when a memory is intense, the past became the future, and he saw her with him in a quiet Hindu jungle native state, far away from foreigners. He said, "I suppose you will visit Miss Quested."
"If I have time."
"It will be strange seeing her in Hampstead."
"What is Hampstead?"
"An artistic and thoughtful little suburb of London, and there she lives in comfort. You will enjoy seeing her."
"Dear me, I've got a headache this evening. Perhaps I am going to have cholera. With your permission, I'll leave early." "When would you like the carriage?" "Don't trouble, I'll bike."
"But you haven't got your bicycle."
"My carriage fetched you, let it take you away."
"Sound reasoning," he said, trying to be gay.
"I have not got my bicycle."
"But I am seen too often in your carriage." "I am thought to take advantage of your generosity by Mr. Ramchand."
He was out of sorts and uneasy.
The conversation jumped from topic to topic in a broken-backed fashion. They were affectionate and intimate, but nothing clicked tight.
"Aziz, you have forgiven me the stupid remark I made this morning? When you called me a little rotter?" "Yes, to my eternal confusion. You know how fond I am of you."
"That is nothing, of course, we all of us make mistakes. In a friendship such as ours a few slips are of no consequence." But as he drove off, something depressed him, a dull pain of body or mind, waiting to rise to the surface. When he reached the bungalow he wanted to return and say something very affectionate. Instead, he gave the sais a heavy tip, and sat down gloomily on the bed, and Hassan massaged him incompetently. The eyeflies had colonized the top of an Elmira, the red stains on the day were thicker, for Mohammed Latif had slept here during his imprisonment and spat a good deal. The table drawer was scarred where the police had forced it open, everything in Chandrapur was used up, including the air. The trouble rose to the surface now. He was suspicious. He suspected his friend of intending to marry Miss Quested for the sake of her money, and of going to England for that purpose.
"Huzur?"
For he had muttered, "Look at those flies on the ceiling.
Why have you not drowned them?" "Huzur, they return. Like all evil things."
To divert the conversation, Hassan related how the kitchen boy had killed a snake, good, but killed it by cutting it in two, bad, because it becomes two snakes.
"When he breaks a plate, does it become two plates?"
"Glasses and a new teapot will similarly be required, also for myself a coat."
Aziz sighed. "Each for himself."
One man needs a coat, another a rich wife, each approaches his goal by a clever detour. Fielding had saved the girl a fine of 20,000 rupees, and now followed her to England. If he desired to marry her, all was explained, she would bring him a larger dowry. Aziz did not believe his own suspicions, better if he had, for then he would have denounced and cleared the situation up.
Suspicion and belief could in his mind exist side by side.
They sprang from different sources, and need never intermingle. Suspicion in the Oriental is a sort of malignant tumor, a mental malady, that makes him self-conscious and unfriendly suddenly. He trusts and mistrusts at the same time in a way the Westerner cannot comprehend. It is his demon, as the Westerner's is hypocrisy. Aziz was seized by it, and his fancy built a satanic castle, of which the foundation had been laid when he talked at Dilkasha under the stars. The girl had surely been Cyril's mistress when she stopped in the college. Mohammed Latif was right.
But was that all?
Perhaps it was Cyril who followed her into the cave.
No, impossible. Cyril hadn't been on the Kawa Dole at all. Impossible. Ridiculous. Yet the fancy left him trembling with misery.
Such treachery, if true, would have been the worst in Indian history. Nothing so vile, not even the murder of Afzal Khan by Savaji. He was shaken, as though by a truth, and told Hassan to leave him. Next day he decided to take his children back to Mussoorie. They had come down for the trial, that he might bid them farewell, and had stayed on at Hamadullah's for the rejoicings. Major Roberts would give him leave, and during his absence Fielding would go off to England. The idea suited both his beliefs and his suspicions. Events would prove which was right, and preserve, in either case, his dignity. Fielding was conscious of something hostile, and because he was really fond of Aziz his optimism failed him. Traveling light is less easy as soon as affection is involved. Unable to jog forward in the serene hope that all would come right, he wrote an elaborate letter in the rather modern style. It is on my mind that you think me a prude about women. I had rather you thought anything else of me. If I live impeccably now, it is only because I am well on the 40s, a period of revision. In the 80s I shall revise again. And before the 90s come I shall be revised. But, alive or dead, I am absolutely devoid of morals. Do kindly grasp this about me. Aziz did not care for the letter at all. It hurt his delicacy. He liked confidences, however gross, but generalizations and comparisons always repelled him. Life is not a scientific manual. He replied coldly, regretting his inability to return from Mussoorie before his friend sailed, but I must take my poor little holiday while I can. All must be economy henceforward, all hopes of Kashmir have vanished forever and ever. When you return I shall be slaving far away in some new post. And Fielding went, and in the last gutterings of Chandrapur heaven and earth both looking like toffee, the Indians' bad fancies were confirmed. His friends encouraged them, for though they had liked the principal, they felt uneasy at his getting to know so much about their private affairs. Mahmud Ali soon declared that treachery was afoot. Hamadullah murmured, certainly of late he no longer addressed us with his former frankness, and warned Aziz not to expect too much. He and she are, after all, both members of another race. Where are my 20,000 rupees, he thought. He was absolutely indifferent to money, not merely generous with it, but promptly paying his debts when he could remember to do so. Yet these rupees haunted his mind, because he had been tricked about them, and allowed them to escape overseas, like so much of the wealth of India. Cyril would marry Miss Quested, he grew certain of it, all the unexplained residue of the Marabar contributing. It was the natural conclusion of the horrible senseless picnic, and before long he persuaded himself that the wedding had actually taken place. Chapter 32 Egypt was charming, a green strip of carpet and walking up and down it 4 sorts of animals and 1 sort of man. Fielding's business took him there for a few days. He re-embarked at Alexandria, bright blue sky, constant wind, clean low coastline, as against the intricacies of Bombay. Crete welcomed him next with the long snowy ridge of its mountains, and then came Venice. As he landed on the Piazzetta a cup of beauty was lifted to his lips, and he drank with a sense of disloyalty. The buildings of Venice, like the mountains of Crete and the fields of Egypt, stood in the right place, whereas in poor India everything was placed wrong. He had forgotten the beauty of form among idol temples and lumpy hills. Indeed, without form, how can there be beauty? Form stammered here and there in a mosque, became rigid through nervousness even, but oh these Italian churches! San Giorgio standing on the island which could scarcely have risen from the waves without it, the salute holding the entrance of a canal which, but for it, would not be the Grand Canal. In the old undergraduate days he had wrapped himself up in the many-colored blanket of St. Mark's, but something more precious than mosaics and marbles was offered to him now, the harmony between the works of man and the earth that upholds them, the civilization that has escaped muddle, the spirit in a reasonable form, with flesh and blood subsisting. Writing picture postcards to his Indian friends, he felt that all of them would miss the joys he experienced now, the joys of form, and that this constituted a serious barrier. They would see the sumptuousness of Venice, not its shape, and though Venice was not Europe, it was part of the Mediterranean harmony. The Mediterranean is the human norm. When men leave that exquisite lake, whether through the Bosphorus or the Pillars of Hercules, they approach the monstrous and extraordinary, and the southern exit leads to the strangest experience of all. Turning his back on it yet again, he took the train northward, and tender romantic fancies that he thought were dead forever flowered when he saw the buttercups and daisies of June. Part 3, Temple Chapter 33. Some hundreds of miles westward of the Malabar Hills, and 2 years later in time, Professor Narayan Godbole stands in the presence of God. God is not born yet, that will occur at midnight, but he has also been born centuries ago, nor can he ever be born, because he is the Lord of the universe, who transcends human processes. He is, was not, was. He and Professor Godbole stood at opposite ends of the same strip of carpet. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram. This corridor in the palace at Mao opened through other corridors into a courtyard. It was of beautiful hard white stucco, but its pillars and vaulting could scarcely be seen behind colored rags, iridescent balls, chandeliers of opaque pink glass, and murky photographs framed crookedly. At the end was the small but famous shrine of the dynastic cult, and the god to be born was largely a silver image the size of a teaspoon. Hindus sat on either side of the carpet where they could find room, or overflowed into the adjoining corridors and the courtyard. Hindus only, mild-featured men, mostly villagers, for whom anything outside their villages passed in a dream. They were the toiling riot, whom some call the real India. Mixed with them sat a few tradesmen out of the little town, officials, courtiers, scions of the ruling house. Schoolboys kept inefficient order. The assembly was in a tender, happy state unknown to an English crowd. It seethed like a beneficent potion. When the villagers broke curtain for a glimpse of the silver image, a most beautiful and radiant expression came into their faces, a beauty in which there was nothing personal, for it caused them all to resemble one another during the moment of its indwelling, and only when it was withdrawn did they revert to individual clods. And so with the music. Music there was, but from so many sources that the sum total was untrammeled. The braying banging crooning melted into a single mass which trailed round the palace before joining the thunder. Rain fell at intervals throughout the night. It was the turn of Professor Godbole's choir. As Minister of Education, he gained this special honor. When the previous group of singers dispersed into the crowd, he pressed forward from the back, already in full voice, that the chain of sacred sounds might be uninterrupted. He was barefoot and in white, he wore a pale blue turban, his gold pince-nez had caught in a jasmine garland, and lay sideways down his nose. He and the 6 colleagues who supported him clashed their cymbals, hit small drums, droned upon a portable harmonium, and sang. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram. They sang not even to the god who confronted them, but to a saint. They did not one thing which the non-Hindu would feel dramatically correct. This approaching triumph of India was a muddle, as we call it, a frustration of reason in form. Where was the god himself, in whose honor the congregation had gathered? Indistinguishable in the jumble of his own altar, huddled out of sight amid images of inferior descent, smothered under rose leaves, overhung by oleographs, outblazed by golden tablets representing the Raja's ancestors, and entirely obscured, when the wind blew, by the tattered foliage of a banana. Hundreds of electric lights had been lit in his honor, worked by an engine whose thumps destroyed the rhythm of the hymn. Yet his face could not be seen. Hundreds of his silver dishes were piled around him with the minimum of effect. The inscriptions which the poets of the state had composed were hung where they could not be read, or had twitched their drawing pins out of the stucco, and one of them, composed in English to indicate his universality, consisted, by an unfortunate slip of the draftsman, of the words, "Goddess I love." Goddess I love. Is this the first message of India? Tukaram, Tukaram. Continued the choir, reinforced by a squabble behind the purdah curtain. where two mothers tried to push their children at the same moment to the front. A little girl's leg shot out like an eel. In the courtyard, drenched by the rain, the small Europeanized band stumbled off into a waltz. Nights of Gladness, they were playing. The singers were not perturbed by this rival, they lived beyond competition. It was long before the tiny fragment of Professor Godboll that attended to outside things decided that his pince-nez was in trouble, and that until it was adjusted he could not choose a new hymn. He laid down one cymbal, with the other he clashed the air, with his free hand he fumbled at the flowers round his neck. A colleague assisted him. Singing into one another's grey mustaches, they disentangled the chain from the tinsel into which it had sunk. Godboll consulted the music book, said a word to the drummer, who broke rhythm, made a thick little blur of sound, and produced a new rhythm. This was more exciting, the inner images it evoked more definite, and the singer's expressions became fatuous and languid. They loved all men, the whole universe, and scraps of their past, tiny splinters of detail, emerged for a moment to melt into the universal warmth. Thus Godboll, though she was not important to him, remembered an old woman he had met in Chandrapur days. Chance brought her into his mind while it was in this heated state, he did not select her, she happened to occur among the throng of soliciting images, a tiny splinter, and he impelled her by his spiritual force to that place where completeness can be found. Completeness, not reconstruction. His senses grew thinner, he remembered a wasp scene he forgot where, perhaps on a stone. He loved the wasp equally, he impelled it likewise, he was imitating God. And the stone where the wasp clung, could he know? He could not, he had been wrong to attempt the stone, logic and conscious effort had seduced. He came back to the strip of red carpet and discovered that he was dancing upon it. Up and down, a third of the way to the altar and back again, clashing his cymbals, his little legs twinkling, his companions dancing with him and each other. Noise, noise, the Europeanized band louder, incense on the altar, sweat, the blaze of lights, wind in the bananas, noise, thunder, 11:50 by his wristwatch, seen as he threw up his hands and detached the tiny reverberation that was his soul. Louder shouts in the crowd. He danced on. The boys and men who were squatting in the aisles were lifted forcibly and dropped without changing their shapes into the laps of their neighbors. Down the path thus cleared advanced a litter. It was the aged ruler of the state, brought against the advice of his physicians to witness the birth ceremony. No one greeted the Raja, nor did he wish it, this was no moment for human glory. Nor could the litter be set down, lest it defiled the temple by becoming a throne. He was lifted out of it while its feet remained in air, and deposited on the carpet close to the altar. His immense beard was straightened, his legs tucked under him, a paper containing red powder was placed in his hand. There he sat, leaning against a pillar, exhausted with illness, his eyes magnified by many unshed tears. He had not to wait long. In a land where all else was unpunctual, the hour of the birth was chronometrically observed. 3 minutes before it was due, a Brahmin brought forth a model of the village of Gokul, the Bethlehem in that nebulous story, and placed it in front of the altar. The model was on a wooden tray about a yard square, it was of clay, and was gaily blue and white with streamers and paint. Here, upon a chair too small for him and with a head too large, sat King Kansa, who was Herod, directing the murder of some innocents, and in a corner, similarly proportioned, stood the father and mother of the Lord, warned to depart in a dream. The model was not holy, but more than a decoration, for it diverted men from the actual image of the god, and increased their sacred bewilderment. Some of the villagers thought the birth had occurred, saying with truth that the Lord must have been born, or they could not see him. But the clock struck midnight, and simultaneously the rending note of the conch broke forth, followed by the trumpeting of elephants. All who had packets of powder threw them at the altar, and in the rosy dust and incense, and clanging in shouts, infinite love took upon itself the form of Sri Krishna, and saved the world. All sorrow was annihilated, not only for Indians, but for foreigners, birds, caves, railways, and the stars, all became joy, all laughter. There had never been disease nor doubt, misunderstanding, cruelty, fear. Some jumped in the air, others flung themselves prone and embraced the bare feet of the universal lover. The women behind the purdah slapped and shrieked, the little girl slipped out and danced by herself, her black pigtails flying. not an orgy of the body. The tradition of that shrine forbade it. But the human spirit had tried by a desperate contortion to ravish the unknown, flinging down science and history in the struggle, yes, beauty herself.
Did it succeed? Books written afterwards say yes. But how, if there is such an event, can it be remembered afterwards? How can it be expressed in anything but itself?
Not only from the unbeliever are mysteries hid, but the adept himself cannot retain them. He may think, if he chooses, that he has been with God, but as soon as he thinks it, it becomes history, and falls under the rules of time. A cobra of papier-mâché now appeared on the carpet, also a wooden cradle swinging from a frame. Professor Godboll approached the latter with a red silk napkin in his arms. The napkin was God, not that it was, and the image remained in the blur of the altar. It was just a napkin, folded into a shape which indicated a baby's. The professor dandled it and gave it to the Raja, who, making a great effort, said, "I name this child Sri Krishna," and tumbled it into the cradle. Tears poured from his eyes, because he had seen the Lord's salvation. He was too weak to exhibit the silk baby to his people, his privilege in former years. His attendants lifted him up, a new path was cleared through the crowd, and he was carried away to a less sacred part of the palace. There, in a room accessible to Western science by an outer staircase, his physician, Dr. Aziz, awaited him. His Hindu physician, who had accompanied him to the shrine, briefly reported his symptoms. As the ecstasy receded, the invalid grew fretful. The bumping of the steam engine that worked the dynamo disturbed him, and he asked for what reason it had been introduced into his home. They replied that they would inquire, and administered a sedative. Down in the sacred corridors, joy had ceded to jollity. It was their duty to play various games to amuse the newly born god, and to simulate his sports with the wanton dairymaids of Brindaban. Butter played a prominent part in these. When the cradle had been removed, the principal nobles of the state gathered together for an innocent frolic. They removed their turbans, and one put a lump of butter on his forehead, and waited for it to slide down his nose into his mouth. Before it could arrive, another stole up behind him, snatched the melting morsel, and swallowed it himself. All laughed exultantly at discovering that the divine sense of humor coincided with their own. Goddess I love. There is fun in heaven. God can play practical jokes upon himself, draw chairs away from beneath his own posteriors, set his own turbans on fire, and steal his own petticoats when he bathes. By sacrificing good taste, this worship achieved what Christianity has shirked, the inclusion of merriment. All spirit as well as all matter must participate in salvation, and if practical jokes are banned, the circle is incomplete. Having swallowed the butter, they played another game which chanced to be graceful, the fondling of Sri Krishna under the similitude of a child. A pretty red and gold ball is thrown, and he who catches it chooses a child from the crowd, raises it in his arms, and carries it round to be caressed. All stroke the darling creature for the Creator's sake, and murmur happy words. The child is restored to his parents, the ball thrown on, and another child becomes for a moment the world's desire. And the Lord bounds hither and thither through the aisles, chance, and the sport of chance, irradiating little mortals with his immortality. When they had played this long enough, and being exempt from boredom, they played it again and again, they played it again and again, they took many sticks and hit them together, whack smack, as though they fought the Pandava wars, and threshed and churned with them, and later on they hung from the roof of the temple, in a net, a great black earthenware jar, which was painted here and there with red, and wreathed with dried figs. Now came a rousing sport. Springing up, they struck at the jar with their sticks. It cracked, broke, and a mass of greasy rice and milk poured onto their faces. They ate and smeared one another's mouths, and dived between each other's legs for what had been pashed upon the carpet. This way and that spread the divine mess, until the line of schoolboys, who had somewhat fended off the crowd, broke for their share. The corridors, the courtyard, were filled with benign confusion. Also the flies awoke and claimed their share of God's bounty. There was no quarreling, owing to the nature of the gift, for blessed is the man who confers it on another, he imitates God. And those imitations, those substitutions, continued to flicker through the assembly for many hours, awaking in each man, according to his capacity, an emotion that he would not have had otherwise. No definite image survived. At the birth it was questionable whether a silver doll or a mud village, or a silk napkin, or an intangible spirit, or a pious resolution, had been born.
Perhaps all these things. Perhaps none. Perhaps all birth is an allegory.
Still, it was the main event of the religious year. It caused strange thoughts. Covered with grease and dust, Professor Godbole had once more developed the life of his spirit. He had, with increasing vividness, again seen Mrs. Moore, and round her faintly clinging forms of trouble. He was a Brahmin, she Christian, but it made no difference. It made no difference whether she was a trick of his memory or a telepathic appeal. It was his duty, as it was his desire, to place himself in the position of the god and to love her, and to place himself in her position and to say to the god, "Come, come, come, come." This was all he could do. How inadequate! But each according to his own capacities, and he knew that his own were small. One old Englishwoman and one little wasp, he thought, as he stepped out of the temple into the grey of a pouring wet morning. It does not seem much, still it is more than I am myself. Chapter 34. Dr. Aziz left the palace at the same time. As he returned to his house, which stood in a pleasant garden further up the main street of the town, he could see his old patron paddling and capering in the slush ahead. "Hello," he called, and it was the wrong remark, for the devotee indicated by circular gestures of his arms that he did not desire to be disturbed. He added, "Sorry," which was right, for Godbole twisted his head till it didn't belong to his body, and said in a strained voice that had no connection with his mind, "He arrived at the European guest house perhaps, at least possibly." Did he? Since when? But time was too definite. He waved his arm more dimly and disappeared. Aziz knew who he was fielding, but he refused to think about him, because it disturbed his life, and he still trusted the floods to prevent him from arriving. A fine little river issued from his garden gate and gave him much hope. It was impossible that anyone could get across from Deora in such weather as this. Fielding's visit was official. He had been transferred from Chandrapur, and sent on a tour through central India to see what the remoter states were doing with regard to English education. He had married, he had done the expected with Miss Quested, and Aziz had no wish to see him again. Dear old Godbole, he thought, and smiled. He had no religious curiosity, and had never discovered the meaning of this annual antic, but he was well assured that Godbole was a dear old man. He had come to mow through him and remained on his account. Without him he could never have grasped problems so totally different from those of Chandrapur. For here the cleavage was between Brahmin and non-Brahmin, Muslims and English were quite out of the running, and sometimes not mentioned for days. Since Godbole was a Brahmin, Aziz was one also for purposes of intrigue. They would often joke about it together. The fissures in the Indian soil are infinite. Hinduism, so solid from a distance, is riven into sects and clans, which radiate and join, and change their names according to the aspect from which they are approached. Study it for years with the best teachers, and when you raise your head, nothing they have told you quite fits. Aziz, the day of his inauguration, had remarked, "I study nothing, I respect," making an excellent impression. There was now a minimum of prejudice against him. Nominally under a Hindu doctor, he was really chief medicine man to the court. He had to drop inoculation and such Western whims, but even at Chandrapur his profession had been a game, centering round the operating table, and here in the backwoods he let his instruments rust, ran his little hospital at half steam, and caused no undue alarm. His impulse to escape from the English was sound. They had frightened him permanently, and there are only two reactions against fright: to kick and scream on committees, or to retreat to a remote jungle, where the sahib seldom comes. His old lawyer friends wanted him to stop in British India and help agitate, and might have prevailed, but for the treachery of Fielding. The news had not surprised him in the least. A rift had opened between them after the trial when Cyril had not joined in his procession. Those advocacies of the girl had increased it, then came the postcards from Venice, so cold, so unfriendly that all agreed that something was wrong, and finally, after a silence, the expected letter from Hampstead. Mahmud Ali was with him at the time. Some news that will surprise you. I am to marry someone whom you know. He did not read further. Here it comes, answer for me, and he threw it to Mahmud Ali. Subsequent letters he destroyed unopened. It was the end of a foolish experiment. And though sometimes at the back of his mind he felt that Fielding had made sacrifices for him, it was now all confused with his genuine hatred of the English. I am an Indian at last, he thought, standing motionless in the rain. Life passed pleasantly, the climate was healthy so that the children could be with him all the year round, and he had married again, not exactly a marriage, but he liked to regard it as one, and he read his Persian, wrote his poetry, had his horse, and sometimes got some shikar while the good Hindus looked the other way. His poems were all on one topic: Oriental womanhood. The Purdah must go, was their burden, otherwise we shall never be free. And he declared, fantastically, that India would not have been conquered if women as well as men had fought at Plassey. But we do not show our women to the foreigner, not explaining how this was to be managed, for he was writing a poem. Bulbuls and roses would still persist, the pathos of defeated Islam remained in his blood and could not be expelled by modernities. Illogical poems, like their writer. Yet they struck a true note: there cannot be a motherland without new homes. In one poem, the only one funny old Godbol liked, he had skipped over the motherland, whom he did not truly love, and gone straight to internationality. Ah, that is bhakti, my young friend, that is different and very good. Ah, India, who seems not to move, will go straight there while the other nations waste their time. May I translate this particular one into Hindi? In fact, it might be rendered into Sanskrit almost, it is so enlightened. Yes, of course, all your other poems are very good too. His Highness was saying to Colonel Maggs last time he came that we are proud of you, simpering slightly. Colonel Maggs was the political agent for the neighborhood and Aziz's dejected opponent. The Criminal Investigation Department kept an eye on Aziz ever since the trial. They had nothing actionable against him, but Indians who have been unfortunate must be watched, and to the end of his life he remained under observation, thanks to Miss Quested's mistake. Colonel Maggs learnt with concern that a suspect was coming to Mao, and, adopting a playful manner, rallied the old Raja for permitting a Moslem doctor to approach his sacred person. A few years ago, the Raja would have taken the hint, for the political agent then had been a formidable figure, descending with all the thunders of empire when it was most inconvenient, turning the polity inside out, requiring motorcars and tiger hunts, trees cut down that impeded the view from the guest house, cows milked in his presence, and generally arrogating the control of internal affairs. But there had been a change of policy in high quarters. Local funders were no longer endorsed, and the group of little states that composed the agency discovered this and began comparing notes with fruitful result. To see how much, or how little, Colonel Maggs would stand, became an agreeable game at Mao, which was played by all the departments of state. He had to stand the appointment of Dr. Aziz. The Raja did not take the hint, but replied that Hindus were less exclusive than formerly, thanks to the enlightened commands of the Viceroy, and he felt it his duty to move with the times. Yes, all had gone well hitherto, but now, when the rest of the state was plunged in its festival, he had a crisis of a very different sort. A note awaited him at his house. There was no doubt that Fielding had arrived overnight, nor much doubt that Godbol knew of his arrival, for the note was addressed to him, and he had read it before sending it on to Aziz, and had written in the margin, "Is not this delightful news, but unfortunately my religious duties prevent me from taking any action." Fielding announced that he had inspected Mudcull, Miss Derrick's former preserve, that he had nearly been drowned at Deora, that he had reached Mao according to timetable, and hoped to remain there 2 days, studying the various educational innovations of his old friend. Nor had he come alone. His wife and her brother accompanied him. And then the note turned into the sort of note that always did arrive from the state guest house. Wanting something. No eggs. Mosquito nets torn. When would they pay their respects to His Highness?
Was it correct that a torchlight procession would take place? If so, might they view it? They didn't want to give trouble, but if they might stand in a balcony, or if they might go out in a boat. Aziz tore the note up. He had had enough of showing misquested native life. Treacherous, hideous harridan. Bad people altogether. He hoped to avoid them, though this might be difficult, for they would certainly be held up for several days at Mao. Down country, the floods were even worse, and the pale grey faces of lakes had appeared in the direction of the Asurgar railway station. Chapter 35. Long before he discovered Mao, another young Mohammedan had retired there a saint. His mother said to him, "Free prisoners." So he took a sword and went up to the fort. He unlocked a door, and the prisoners streamed out and resumed their previous occupations, but the police were too much annoyed and cut off the young man's head. Ignoring its absence, he made his way over the rocks that separate the fort and the town, killing policemen as he went, and he fell outside his mother's house, having accomplished her orders. Consequently, there are two shrines to him today, that of the head above, and that of the body below, and they are worshipped by the few Mohammedans who live near, and by Hindus also. There is no God but God. That symmetrical injunction melts in the mild airs of Mao. It belongs to pilgrimages and universities, not to feudalism and agriculture. When Aziz arrived, and found that even Islam was idolatrous, he grew scornful, and longed to purify the place, like Alamgir. But soon he didn't mind, like Akbar. After all, this saint had freed prisoners, and he himself had lain in prison. The shrine of the body lay in his own garden and produced a weekly crop of lamps and flowers, and when he saw them he recalled his sufferings. The shrine of the head made a nice short walk for the children. He was off duty the morning after the great puja, and he told them to come. Jemila held his hand. Ahmed and Karim ran in front, arguing what the body looked like as it came staggering down, and whether they would have been frightened if they met it. He didn't want them to grow up superstitious, so he rebuked them, and they answered yes, father, for they were well brought up, but, like himself, they were impervious to argument, and after a polite pause they continued saying what their natures compelled them to say. A slim, tall eight-sided building stood at the top of the slope, among some bushes. This was the shrine of the head. It had not been roofed, and was indeed merely a screen. Inside it crouched a humble dome, and inside that, visible through a grill, was a truncated gravestone, swathed in calico. The inner angles of the screen were cumbered with bees' nests, and a gentle shower of broken wings and other aerial oddments kept falling, and had strewn the damp pavement with their flew. Ahmed, apprised by Muhammad Latif of the character of the bee, said, "They will not hurt us, whose lives are chaste," and pushed boldly in. His sister was more cautious. From the shrine they went to a mosque, which, in size and design, resembled a fire screen. The arcades of Chandrapur had shrunk to a flat piece of ornamental stucco, with protuberances at either end to suggest minarets. The funny little thing didn't even stand straight, for the rock on which it had been put was slipping down the hill. It, and the shrine, were a strange outcome of the protests of Arabia. They wandered over the old fort, now deserted, and admired the various views. The scenery, according to their standards, was delightful, the sky grey and black, bellyfuls of rain all over it, the earth pocked with pools of water and slimy with mud. A magnificent monsoon, the best for 3 years, the tanks already full, bumper crops possible. Out towards the river, the route by which the Fieldings had escaped from Deora, the downpour had been enormous, the mails had to be pulled across by ropes. They could just see the break in the forest trees where the gorge came through, and the rocks above that marked the site of the diamond mine, glistening with wet. Close beneath was the suburban residence of the junior Rani, isolated by floods, and Her Highness, Laxabat Purda, to be seen paddling with her handmaidens in the garden and waving her sari at the monkeys on the roof. But better not look close beneath, perhaps, nor towards the European guest house either. Beyond the guest house rose another grey-green bloom of hills, covered with temples like little white flames. There were over 200 gods in that direction alone, who visited each other constantly, and owned numerous cows, and all the betel leaf industry, besides having shares in the Asurgar motor omnibus. Many of them were in the palace at this moment, having the time of their lives,
others, too large or proud to travel, had sent symbols to represent them. The air was thick with religion and rain. Their white shirts fluttering, Ahmed and Karim ran about over the fort, shrieking with joy. Presently they intersected a line of prisoners, who were looking aimlessly at an old bronze gun. "Which of you is to be pardoned?" they asked. For tonight was the procession of the chief god, when he would leave the palace, escorted by the whole power of the state, and pass by the jail, which stood down in the town now. As he did so, troubling the waters of our civilization, one prisoner would be released, and then he would proceed to the great Mao tank that stretched as far as the guesthouse garden, or something else would happen, some final or subsidiary apotheosis, after which he would submit to the experience of sleep. The Aziz family did not grasp as much as this, being Muslim, but the visit to the jail was common knowledge. Smiling, with downcast eyes, the prisoners discussed with the gentry their chances of salvation. Except for the irons on their legs, they resembled other men, nor did they feel different. 5 of them, who had not yet been brought to trial, could expect no pardon, but all who had been convicted were full of hope. They did not distinguish between the god and the Raja in their minds, both were too far above them, but the guard was better educated, and ventured to inquire after His Highness's health. "It always improves," replied the medicine man. As a matter of fact, the Raja was dead. The ceremony overnight had overtaxed his strength. His death was being concealed lest the glory of the festival were dimmed. The Hindu physician, the private secretary, and a confidential servant remained with the corpse, while Aziz had assumed the duty of being seen in public and misleading people. He had liked the ruler very much, and might not prosper under his successor, yet he could not worry over such problems yet, for he was involved in the illusion he helped to create. The children continued to run about, hunting for a frog to put in Muhammad Latif's bed, the little fools. Hundreds of frogs lived in their own garden, but they must needs catch one up on the fort. They reported 2 topies below. Fielding and his brother-in-law, instead of resting after their journey, were climbing the slope to the saint's tomb. "Throw stones?" asked Karim. "Put powdered glass in their pan?" "Ahmed, come here for such wickedness." He raised his hand to smite his firstborn, but allowed it to be kissed instead. It was sweet to have his sons with him at this moment, and to know they were affectionate and brave. He pointed out that the Englishmen were state guests, so must not be poisoned, and received, as always, gentle yet enthusiastic assent to his words. The 2 visitors entered the octagon, but rushed out at once pursued by some bees. Hither and thither they ran, beating their heads. The children shrieked with derision, and out of heaven, as if a plug had been pulled, fell a jolly dollop of rain. Aziz had not meant to greet his former friend, but the incident put him into an excellent temper. He felt compact and strong. He shouted out, "Hello, gentlemen, are you in trouble?" The brother-in-law exclaimed, "A bee had got him." "Lie down in a pool of water, my dear sir, here are plenty." "Don't come near me." "I cannot control them, they are state bees, complain to His Highness of their behavior." There was no real danger, for the rain was increasing. The swarm retired to the shrine. He went up to the stranger and pulled a couple of stings out of his wrist, remarking, "Come, pull yourself together and be a man." "How do you do, Aziz, after all this time? I heard you were settled in here," Fielding called to him, but not in friendly tones. "I suppose a couple of stings don't signify." "Not the least. I'll send an embrocation over to the guest house." "I heard you were settled in there. Why have you not answered my letters?" he asked, going straight for the point, but not reaching it, owing to buckets of rain. His companion, new to the country, cried, as the drops drummed on his topi, that the bees were renewing their attack. Fielding checked his antics rather sharply, then said, "Is there a short cut down to our carriage? We must give up our walk. The weather's pestilential." "Yes. That way. Are you not coming down yourself?" Aziz sketched a comic salaam. Like all Indians, he was skillful in the slighter impertinences. "I tremble, I obey," the gesture said, and it was not lost upon Fielding.
They walked down a rough path to the road, the two men first, the brother-in-law, boy rather than man, next, in a state over his arm, which hurt, the three Indian children last, noisy and impudent, all six wet through. How goes it, Aziz? In my usual health. Are you making anything out of your life here? How much do you make out of yours?
Who is in charge of the guest house? He asked, giving up his slight effort to recapture their intimacy, and growing more official. He was older and sterner.
His Highness's private secretary, probably. Where is he, then? I don't know.
Because not a soul's been near us since we arrived.
Really? I wrote beforehand to the Durbar, and asked if a visit was convenient.
I was told it was, and arranged my tour accordingly, but the guest house servants appear to have no definite instructions. We can't get any eggs, also my wife wants to go out on the boat.
There are 2 boats. Exactly, and no oars. Colonel Maggs broke the oars when here last. All 4? He is a most powerful man.
If the weather lifts, we want to see your torchlight procession from the water this evening, he pursued.
I wrote to Godboll about it, but he has taken no notice. It's a place of the dead. Perhaps your letter never reached the minister in question. Will there be any objection to English people watching the procession? I know nothing at all about the religion here. I should never think of watching it myself.
We had a very different reception both at Mudcall and Deora. They were kindness itself at Deora. The Maharaja and Maharani wanted us to see everything.
You should never have left them.
Jump in, Ralph. They had reached the carriage. Jump in, Mr. Quested, and Mr. Fielding.
Who on earth is Mr. Quested? Do I mispronounce that well-known name? Is he not your wife's brother? Who on earth do you suppose I've married?
I'm only Ralph Moore, said the boy, blushing, and at that moment there fell another pailful of the rain, and made a mist round their feet. Aziz tried to withdraw, but it was too late.
Quested? Quested? Don't you know that my wife was Mrs. Moore's daughter? He trembled, and went purplish gray. He hated the news, hated hearing the name Moore. Perhaps this explains your odd attitude? And pray what is wrong with my attitude? The preposterous letter you allowed Mahmud Ali to write for you. This is a very useless conversation, I consider. However did you make such a mistake, said Fielding, more friendly than before, but scathing and scornful. It's almost unbelievable.
I should think I wrote you half a dozen times, mentioning my wife by name.
Miss Quested. What an extraordinary notion. From his smile, Aziz guessed that Stella was beautiful.
Miss Quested is our best friend, she introduced us, but what an amazing notion.
Aziz, we must thrash this misunderstanding out later on. It is clearly some devilry of Mahmud Ali's. He knows perfectly well I married Miss Moore. He called her Heslop's sister in his insolent letter to me. The name woke furies in him.
So she is, and here is Heslop's brother, and you his brother-in-law, and goodbye.
Shame turned into a rage that brought back his self-respect. What does it matter to me who you marry? Don't trouble me here at Mao is all I ask. I do not want you, I do not want one of you in my private life, with my dying breath I say it. Yes, I made a foolish blunder, despise me and feel cold. I thought you married my enemy. I never read your letter. Mahmud Ali deceived me.
I thought you'd stolen my money, but he clapped his hands together, and his children gathered round him. It's as if you stole it. I forgive Mahmud Ali all things, because he loved me. Then pausing, while the rain exploded like pistols, he said, my heart is for my own people henceforward, and turned away. Cyril followed him through the mud, apologizing, laughing a little, wanting to argue and reconstruct, pointing out with irrefragable logic that he had married, not Heslop's betrothed, but Heslop's sister. What difference did it make at this hour of the day? He had built his life on a mistake, but he had built it. Speaking in Urdu, that the children might understand, he said, "Please do not follow us, whomever you marry. I wish no Englishman or Englishwoman to be my friend." He returned to the house excited and happy. It had been an uneasy, uncanny moment when Mrs. Moore's name was mentioned, stirring memories. Miss S. Moore, as though she was coming to help him. She had always been so good, and that youth whom he had scarcely looked at was her son, Ralph Moore, Stella and Ralph, whom he had promised to be kind to, and Stella had married Cyril. Chapter 36. All the time the palace ceased not to thrum and tum-tum. The revelation was over, but its effect lasted, and its effect was to make men feel that the revelation had not yet come. Hope existed despite fulfillment, as it will be in heaven. Although the God had been born, his procession, loosely supposed by many to be the birth, had not taken place. In normal years, the middle hours of this day were signalized by performances of great beauty in the private apartments of the Raja. He owned a consecrated troop of men and boys, whose duty it was to dance various actions and meditations of his faith before him. Seated at his ease, he could witness the 3 steps by which the Savior ascended the universe to the discomfiture of Indra, also the death of the dragon, the mountain that turned into an umbrella, and the sadhu who, with comic results, invoked the god before dining. All culminated in the dance of the milkmaidens before Krishna, and in the still greater dance of Krishna before the milkmaidens, when the music and the musicians swirled through the dark blue robes of the actors into their tinsel crowns, and all became one. The Raja and his guests would then forget that this was a dramatic performance, and would worship the actors. Nothing of the sort could occur today, because death interrupts. It interrupted less here than in Europe, its pathos was less poignant, its irony less cruel. There were 2 claimants to the throne, unfortunately, who were in the palace now and suspected what had happened, yet they made no trouble, because religion is a living force to the Hindus, and can at certain moments fling down everything that is petty and temporary in their natures. The festival flowed on, wild and sincere, and all men loved each other, and avoided by instinct whatever could cause inconvenience or pain. Aziz could not understand this, any more than an average Christian could. He was puzzled that Mao should suddenly be purged from suspicion and self-seeking. Although he was an outsider, and excluded from their rights, they were always particularly charming to him at this time. He and his household received small courtesies and presents, just because he was outside. He had nothing to do all day, except to send the embrocation over to the guest house, and towards sunset he remembered it, and looked round his house for a local palliative, for the dispensary was shut. He found a tin of ointment belonging to Muhammad Latif, who was unwilling it should be removed, for magic words had been spoken over it while it was being boiled down, but Aziz promised that he would bring it back after application to the stings. He wanted an excuse for a ride. The procession was beginning to form as he passed the palace. A large crowd watched the loading of the state palanquin, the prow of which protruded in the form of a silver dragon's head through the lofty half-open door. Gods, big and little, were getting aboard. He averted his eyes, for he never knew how much he was supposed to see, and nearly collided with the Minister of Education. "Ah, you might make me late," meaning that the touch of a non-Hindu would necessitate another bath. The words were spoken without moral heat. "Sorry," said Aziz. The other smiled, and again mentioned the guest house party, and when he heard that Fielding's wife was not Miss Quested after all, remarked, "Ah, no, he married the sister of Mr. Heaslop." "Ah, exactly, I have known that for over a year, also without heat. Why did you not tell me? Your silence plunged me into a pretty pickle." Godboll, who had never been known to tell anyone anything, smiled again, and said in deprecating tones, "Never be angry with me. I am, as far as my limitations permit, your true friend. Besides, it is my holy festival." Aziz always felt like a baby in that strange presence, a baby who unexpectedly receives a toy. He smiled also, and turned his horse into a lane, for the crush increased. The sweepers' band was arriving. Playing on sieves and other emblems of their profession, they marched straight at the gate of the palace with the air of a victorious army. All other music was silent, for this was ritually the moment of the despised and rejected. The god could not issue from his temple until the unclean sweepers played their tune. they were the spot of filth without which the spirit cannot cohere. For an instant the scene was magnificent. The doors were thrown open, and the whole court was seen inside. Barefoot and dressed in white robes, in the fairway stood the Ark of the Lord, covered with cloth of gold and flanked by peacock fans and by stiff circular banners of crimson. It was full to the brim with statuettes and flowers. As it rose from the earth on the shoulders of its bearers, the friendly sun of the monsoon shone forth and flooded the world with color, so that the yellow tigers painted on the palace walls seemed to spring, and pink and green skeins of cloud to link up the upper sky. The palanquin moved. The lane was full of state elephants, who would follow it, their howdahs empty out of humility. Aziz did not pay attention to these sanctities, for they had no connection with his own. He felt bored, slightly cynical, like his own dear Emperor Babur, who came down from the north and found in Hindustan no good fruit, no fresh water or witty conversation, not even a friend. The lane led quickly out of the town onto high rocks and jungle. Here he drew rein and examined the great Mao tank, which lay exposed beneath him to its remotest curve. Reflecting the evening clouds, it filled the netherworld with an equal splendor, so that earth and sky leant toward one another, about to clash in ecstasy. He spat, cynical again, more cynical than before. For in the center of the burnished circle a small black blot was advancing, the guest house boat. Those English had improvised something to take the place of oars, and were proceeding in their work of patrolling India. The sight endeared the Hindus by comparison, and looking back at the milk-white hump of the palace, he hoped that they would enjoy carrying their idol about, for at all events it did not pry into other people's lives. This pose of seeing India which had seduced him to misquest it at Chandrapur was only a form of ruling India, no sympathy lay behind it. He knew exactly what was going on in the boat as the party gazed at the steps down which the image would presently descend, and debated how near they might row without getting into trouble officially. He did not give up his ride, for there would be servants at the guest house whom he could question. A little information never comes amiss. He took the path by the somber promontory that contained the royal tombs. Like the palace, they were of snowy stucco, and gleamed by their internal light, but their radiance grew ghostly under approaching night. The promontory was covered with lofty trees, and the fruit bats were unhooking from the boughs and making kissing sounds as they grazed the surface of the tank. Hanging upside down all the day, they had grown thirsty. The signs of the contented Indian evening multiplied, frogs on all sides, cowdung burning eternally, a flock of belated hornbills overhead, looking like winged skeletons as they flapped across the gloaming. There was death in the air, but not sadness. A compromise had been made between destiny and desire, and even the heart of man acquiesced. The European guest house stood 200 feet above the water, on the crest of a rocky and wooded spur that jutted from the jungle. By the time Aziz arrived, the water had paled to a film of mauve-gray, and the boat vanished entirely. A sentry slept in the guest house porch, lamps burned in the cruciform of the deserted rooms. He went from one room to another, inquisitive and malicious. 2 letters lying on the piano rewarded him, and he pounced and read them promptly. He was not ashamed to do this. The sanctity of private correspondence has never been ratified by the East. Moreover, Mr. McBride had read all his letters in the past, and spread their contents. One letter, the more interesting of the two, was from Heaslop to Fielding. It threw light on the mentality of his former friend, and it hardened him further against him. Much of it was about Ralph Moore, who appeared to be almost an imbecile. Hand on my brother whenever suits you. I write to you because he is sure to make a bad boonderbust. Then, I quite agree life is too short to cherish grievances. Also I'm relieved you feel able to come into line with the oppressors of India to some extent. We need all the support we can get. I hope that next time Stella comes my way she will bring you with her, when I will make you as comfortable as a bachelor can. It's certainly time we met. My sister's marriage to you coming after my mother's death and my own difficulties did upset me, and I was unreasonable. It is about time we made it up properly. As you say, let us leave it at faults on both sides. Glad about your son and heir. When next any of you write to Adela, do give her some sort of message from me, for I should like to make my peace with her too. You are lucky to be out of British India at the present moment.
Incident after incident, all due to propaganda, but we can't lay our hands on the connecting thread. The longer one lives here, the more certain one gets that everything hangs together. My personal opinion is, it's the Jews. Thus far the red-nosed boy. Aziz was distracted for a moment by blurred sounds coming from over the water. The procession was underway. The second letter was from Miss Quested to Mrs. Fielding. It contained one or two interesting touches. The writer hoped that Ralph will enjoy his India more than I did mine, and appeared to have given him money for this purpose, my debt which I shall never repay in person. What debt did Miss Quested imagine she owed the country? He did not relish the phrase. Talk of Ralph's health. It was all Stella and Ralph, even Cyril and Ronnie, also friendly and sensible, and written in a spirit he could not command. He envied the easy intercourse that is only possible in a nation whose women are free. These 5 people were making up their little difficulties, and closing their broken ranks against the alien. Even Heaslop was coming in. Hence the strength of England, and in a spurt of temper he hit the piano, and since the notes had swollen and stuck together in groups of 3s, he produced a remarkable noise. "Oh, who is that?" said a nervous and respectful voice. He could not remember where he had heard its tones before. Something moved in the twilight of an adjoining room. He replied, "State doctor," ridden over to inquire, very little English, slipped the letters into his pocket, and to show that he had free entry to the guest house, struck the piano again. Ralph Moore came into the light. What a strange-looking youth, tall, prematurely aged, the big blue eyes faded with anxiety, the hair impoverished and tousled. Not a type that is often exported imperially. The doctor and Aziz thought, born of too old a mother, the poet found him rather beautiful. I was unable to call earlier owing to pressure of work. How are the celebrated bee stings? He asked patronizingly. I was resting, they thought I had better, they throb rather. His timidity and evident newness had complicated effects on the malcontent. Speaking threateningly, he said, "Come here, please, allow me to look." They were practically alone, and he could treat the patient as Calendar had treated Nureddin. "You said this morning, the best of doctors make mistakes. Come here, please, for the diagnosis under the lamp. I am pressed for time." "Oh, what is the matter, pray?" "Your hands are unkind." He started and glanced down at them. The extraordinary youth was right, and he put them behind his back before replying with outward anger, "What the devil have my hands to do with you? This is a most strange remark. I am a qualified doctor, who will not hurt you. I don't mind pain, there is no pain." "No pain?" "Not really." "Excellent news," sneered Aziz. "But there is cruelty. I have brought you some salve, but how to put it on in your present nervous state becomes a problem," he continued, after a pause. "Please leave it with me." "Certainly not. It returns to my dispensary at once." He stretched forward, and the other retreated to the farther side of a table. "Now, do you want me to treat your stings, or do you prefer an English doctor?" "There is one at Asurgur. Asurgur is 40 miles away, and the Ringnod Dam broken. Now you see how you are placed. I think I had better see Mr. Fielding about you. This is really great nonsense, your present behavior." "They are out in a boat," he replied, glancing about him for support. Aziz feigned intense surprise. "They have not gone in the direction of Mao, I hope. On a night like this the people become most fanatical." And, as if to confirm him, there was a sob, as though the lips of a giant had parted. The procession was approaching the jail. "You should not treat us like this," he challenged, and this time Aziz was checked, for the voice, though frightened, was not weak. "Like what?" "Dr. Aziz, we have done you no harm." "Ah, you know my name, I see." "Yes, I am Aziz." "No, of course your great friend Miss Quested did me no harm at the Marabar." Drowning his last words, all the guns of the state went off. A rocket from the jail garden gave the signal.
The prisoner had been released, and was kissing the feet of the singers.
Rose leaves fall from the houses, sacred spices and coconut are brought forth.
It was the halfway moment. The god had extended his temple, and paused exultantly. Mixed and confused in their passage, the rumors of salvation entered the guest house. They were startled and moved on to the porch, drawn by the sudden illumination. The bronze gun up on the fort kept flashing. The town was a blur of light, in which the houses seemed dancing, and the palace waving little wings. The water below, the hills and sky above, were not involved as yet. There was still only a little light and soul struggling among the shapeless lumps of the universe. The song became audible through much repetition. The choir was repeating and inverting the names of deities. Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Krishna Radha, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna. They sang, and woke the sleeping sentry in the guest house. He leant upon his iron-tipped spear. "I must go back now, good night," said Aziz, and held out his hand, completely forgetting that they were not friends, and focusing his heart on something more distant than the caves, something beautiful. His hand was taken, and then he remembered how detestable he had been, and said gently, "Don't you think me unkind anymore?" "No, how can you tell, you strange fellow?" "Not difficult, the one thing I always know." "Can you always tell whether a stranger is your friend?" "Yes." "Then you are an Oriental." He unclasped as he spoke, with a little shudder. Those words, he had said them to Mrs. Moore in the mosque in the beginning of the cycle, from which, after so much suffering, he had got free. Never be friends with the English. Mosque, caves, mosque, caves. And here he was starting again. He handed the magic ointment to him. "Take this, think of me when you use it. I shall never want it back. I must give you one little present, and it is all I have got. You are Mrs. Moore's son." "I am that," he murmured to himself, and a part of Aziz's mind that had been hidden seemed to move and force its way to the top. "But you are Heslop's brother also, and alas, the two nations cannot be friends." "I know." "Not yet." "Did your mother speak to you about me?" "Yes." And with a swerve of voice and body that Aziz did not follow, he added, in her letters. "She loved you." "Yes, your mother was my best friend in all the world." He was silent, puzzled by his own great gratitude. What did this eternal goodness of Mrs. Moore amount to? To nothing, if brought to the test of thought. She had not borne witness in his favor, nor visited him in the prison, yet she had stolen to the depths of his heart, and he always adored her. "This is our monsoon, the best weather," he said, while the lights of the procession waved as though embroidered on an agitated curtain. How I wish she could have seen them, our rains. Now is the time when all things are happy, young and old. They are happy out there with their savage noise, though we cannot follow them. The tanks are all full so they dance, and this is India. I wish you were not with officials, then I would show you my country, but I cannot. Perhaps I will just take you out on the water now, for one short half-hour." Was the cycle beginning again? His heart was too full to draw back. He must slip out in the darkness, and do this one act of homage to Mrs. Moore's son. He knew where the oars were hidden to deter the visitors from going out, and he brought the second pair, in case they met the other boat. The Fieldings had pushed themselves out with long poles, and might get into difficulties, for the wind was rising. Once on the water, he became easy. One kind action was with him always a channel for another, and soon the torrent of his hospitality gushed forth, and he began doing the honors of Mao and persuading himself that he understood the wild procession, which increased in lights and sounds as the complications of its ritual developed. There was little need to row, for the freshening gale blew them in the direction they desired. Thorns scratched the keel, they ran into an islet and startled some cranes. The strange temporary life of the August floodwater bore them up and seemed as though it would last forever. The boat was a rudderless dinghy. Huddled up in the stern, with the spare pair of oars in his arms, the guest asked no questions about details. There was presently a flash of lightning,
followed by a second flash, little red scratches on the ponderous sky. "Was that the Raja?" he asked. What do you mean?" "Row back." "But there's no Raja." "Nothing, row back, you will see what I mean." Aziz found it hard work against the advancing wind. But he fixed his eyes on the pin of light that marked the guest house and backed a few strokes. There floating in the darkness was a king, who sat under a canopy, in shining royal robes. "I can't tell you what that is, I'm sure," he whispered. "His Highness is dead. I think we should go back at once." They were close to the promontory of the tombs, and had looked straight into the chhatri of the Raja's father through an opening in the trees. That was the explanation. He had heard of the image, made to imitate life at enormous expense, but he had never chanced to see it before, though he frequently rowed on the lake. There was only one spot from which it could be seen, and Ralph had directed him to it. Hastily he pulled away, feeling that his companion was not so much a visitor as a guide. He remarked, "Shall we go back now? There is still the procession." "I'd rather not go nearer, they have such strange customs, and might hurt you." "A little nearer." Aziz obeyed. He knew with his heart that this was Mrs. Moore's son, and indeed until his heart was involved he knew nothing. Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Krishna Radha, went the chant, then suddenly changed, and in the interstice he heard, almost certainly, the syllables of salvation that had sounded during his trial at Chandrapur. "Mr. Moore, don't tell anyone that the Raja is dead. It is a secret still, I am supposed not to say. We pretend he is alive until after the festival, to prevent unhappiness." "Do you want to go still nearer?" "Yes." He tried to keep the boat out of the glare of the torches that began to star the other shore. Rockets kept going off, also the guns. Suddenly, closer than he had calculated, the palanquin of Krishna appeared from behind a ruined wall, and descended the carven glistening water steps. On either side of it the singers tumbled, a woman prominent, a wild and beautiful young saint with flowers in her hair. She was praising God without attributes, thus did she apprehend him. Others praised him without attributes, seeing him in this or that organ of the body or manifestation of the sky. Down they rushed to the foreshore and stood in the small waves, and a sacred meal was prepared, of which those who felt worthy partook. Old Godbold detected the boat, which was drifting in on the gale, and he waved his arms, whether in wrath or joy Aziz never discovered. Above stood the secular power of Mao elephants, artillery, crowds, and high above them a wild tempest started, confined at first to the upper regions of the air. Gusts of wind mixed darkness and light, sheets of rain cut from the north, stopped, cut from the south, began rising from below, and across them struggled the singers, sounding every note but terror, and preparing to throw God away, God himself, not that God can be thrown, into the storm. Thus was he thrown year after year, and were others thrown, little images of gunputty, baskets of 10-day corn, tiny tazias after Muharram, scapegoats, husks, emblems of passage, a passage not easy, not now, not here, not to be apprehended except when it is unattainable. The God to be thrown was an emblem of that. The village of Gokul reappeared upon its tray. It was the substitute for the silver image, which never left its haze of flowers. On behalf of another symbol, it was to perish. A servitor took it in his hands, and tore off the blue and white streamers. He was naked, broad-shouldered, thin-waisted, the Indian body again triumphant, and it was his hereditary office to close the gates of salvation. He entered the dark waters, pushing the village before him, until the clay dolls slipped off their chairs and began to gutter in the rain, and King Kansa was confounded with the father and mother of the Lord. Dark and solid, the little waves sipped, then a great wave washed, and then English voices cried, "Take care!" The boats had collided with each other. The four outsiders flung out their arms and grappled, and, with oars and poles sticking out, revolved like a mythical monster in the whirlwind. The worshippers howled with wrath or joy, as they drifted forward helplessly against the servitor, who awaited them, his beautiful dark face expressionless, and as the last morsels melted on his tray, it struck them. The shock was minute, but Stella, nearest to it, shrank into her husband's arms, then reached forward, then flung herself against Aziz,
and her motions capsized them. They plunged into the warm, shallow water, and rose struggling into a tornado of noise.
The oars, the sacred tray, the letters of Ronnie and Adela, broke loose and floated confusedly. Artillery was fired, drums beaten, the elephants trumpeted, and drowning all an immense peal of thunder, unaccompanied by lightning, cracked like a mallet on the dome. That was the climax, as far as India admits of one.
The rain settled in steadily to its job of wetting everybody and everything through, and soon spoiled the cloth of gold on the palanquin and the costly disc-shaped banners. Some of the torches went out, fireworks didn't catch, there began to be less singing, and the tray returned to Professor Godboll, who picked up a fragment of the mudded herring and smeared it on his forehead without much ceremony. Whatever had happened, and while the intruders picked themselves up, the crowds of Hindus began a desultory move back into the town. The image went back too, and on the following day underwent a private death of its own, when some curtains of magenta and green were lowered in front of the dynastic shrine.
The singing went on even longer, ragged edges of religion, unsatisfactory and undramatic tangles.
God is love. Looking back at the great blur of the last 24 hours, no man could say where was the emotional center of it, any more than he could locate the heart of a cloud. Chapter 37. Friends again, yet aware that they could meet no more, Aziz and Fielding went for their last ride in the Mao jungles. The floods had abated and the Raja was officially dead, so the guest house party were departing next morning, as decorum required. What with the mourning and the festival, the visit was a failure. Fielding had scarcely seen Godboll, who promised every day to show him over the King Emperor George V High School, his main objective, but always made some excuse. This afternoon Aziz let out what had happened. The King Emperor had been converted into a granary, and the Minister of Education did not like to admit this to his former principal. The school had been opened only last year by the agent to the Governor-General, and it still flourished on paper. He hoped to start it again before its absence was remarked and to collect its scholars before they produced children of their own. Fielding laughed at the tangle and waste of energy, but he did not travel as lightly as in the past. Education was a continuous concern to him, because his income and the comfort of his family depended on it. He knew that few Indians think education good in itself, and he deplored this now on the widest grounds. He began to say something heavy on the subject of native states, but the friendliness of Aziz distracted him.
This reconciliation was a success, anyhow.
After the funny shipwreck there had been no more nonsense or bitterness, and they went back laughingly to their old relationship as if nothing had happened.
Now they rode between jolly bushes and rocks.
Presently the ground opened into full sunlight and they saw a grassy slope bright with butterflies, also a cobra, which crawled across doing nothing in particular, and disappeared among some custard apple trees. There were round white clouds in the sky, and white pools on the earth. The hills in the distance were purple. The scene was as park-like as England, but did not cease being queer. They drew rein, to give the cobra elbow room, and Aziz produced a letter that he wanted to send to Miss Quested. A charming letter. He wanted to thank his old enemy for her fine behavior 2 years back. Perfectly plain was it now that she had behaved well. As I fell into our largest Mao tank under circumstances our other friends will relate, I thought how brave Miss Quested was, and decided to tell her so, despite my imperfect English. Through you I am happy here with my children instead of in a prison, of that I make no doubt. My children shall be taught to speak of you with the greatest affection and respect. Miss Quested will be greatly pleased. I am glad you have seen her courage at last. I want to do kind actions all round and wipe out the wretched business of the Marabar forever. I have been so disgracefully hasty, thinking you meant to get hold of my money, as bad a mistake as the cave itself. Aziz, I wish you would talk to my wife. She too believes that the Marabar is wiped out. How so? I don't know, perhaps she might tell you, she won't tell me. She has ideas I don't share. Indeed, when I'm away from her I think them ridiculous. When I'm with her, I suppose because I'm fond of her, I feel different, I feel half dead and half blind. My wife's after something. You and I and Miss Quested are, roughly speaking, not after anything.
We jog on as decently as we can, you a little in front, a laudable little party. But my wife is not with us. What are you meaning? Is Stella not faithful to you, Cyril? This fills me with great concern. Fielding hesitated. He was not quite happy about his marriage. He was passionate physically again, the final flare-up before the clinkers of middle age, and he knew that his wife did not love him as much as he loved her, and he was ashamed of pestering her. But during the visit to Mao the situation had improved. There seemed a link between them at last, that link outside either participant that is necessary to every relationship. In the language of theology, their union had been blessed. He could assure Aziz that Stella was not only faithful to him, but likely to become more so, and trying to express what was not clear to himself, he added dully that different people had different points of view. If you won't talk about the Marabar to Stella, why won't you talk to Ralph? He is a wise boy really. And, same metaphor, he rides a little behind her, though with her. Tell him also, I have nothing to say to him, but he is indeed a wise boy and has always one Indian friend. I partly love him because he brought me back to you to say goodbye. For this is goodbye, Cyril, though to think about it will spoil our ride and make us sad. No, we won't think about it. He too felt that this was their last free intercourse. All the stupid misunderstandings had been cleared up, but socially they had no meeting place. He had thrown in his lot with Anglo-India by marrying a countrywoman, and he was acquiring some of its limitations, and already felt surprise at his own past heroism. Would he today defy all his own people for the sake of a stray Indian? Aziz was a memento, a trophy. They were proud of each other, yet they must inevitably part. And, anxious to make what he could of this last afternoon, he forced himself to speak intimately about his wife, the person most dear to him. He said, from her point of view, Mao has been a success. It calmed her, both of them suffer from restlessness. She found something soothing, some solution of her queer troubles here. After a silence, myriads of kisses around them as the earth drew the water in, he continued, do you know anything about this Krishna business? My dear chap, officially they call it Gokul Ashtami. All the state offices are closed, but how else should it concern you and me? Gokul is the village where Krishna was born, well, more or less born, for there's the same hovering between it and another villages between Bethlehem and Nazareth. What I want to discover is its spiritual side, if it has one. It is useless discussing Hindus with me. Living with them teaches me no more. When I think I annoy them, I do not. When I think I don't annoy them, I do. Perhaps they will sack me for tumbling onto their doll's house, on the other hand, perhaps they will double my salary. Time will prove. Why so curious about them? It's difficult to explain. I never really understood or liked them, except an occasional scrap of Godbowl. Does the old fellow still say come, come? Oh, presumably. Fielding sighed, opened his lips, shut them, then said with a little laugh, I can't explain, because it isn't in words at all, but why do my wife and her brother like Hinduism, though they take no interest in its forms? They won't talk to me about this. They know I think a certain side of their lives is a mistake, and are shy. That's why I wish you would talk to them, for at all events you're Oriental. Aziz refused to reply. He didn't want to meet Stella and Ralph again, knew they didn't want to meet him, was incurious about their secrets, and felt good old Cyril to be a bit clumsy. Something, not a sight, but a sound, flitted past him, and caused him to reread his letter to Miss Quested. Hadn't he wanted to say something else to her? Taking out his pen, he added, for my own part, I shall henceforth connect you with the name that is very sacred in my mind, namely, Mrs. Moore. When he had finished, the mirror of the scenery was shattered, the meadow disintegrated into butterflies. A poem about Mecca, the Kaaba of Union, the thorn bushes where pilgrims die before they have seen the friend they flitted next. He thought of his wife, and then the whole semi-mystic, semi-sensuous overturn, so characteristic of his spiritual life, came to end like a landslip and rested in its due place, and he found himself riding in the jungle with his dear Cyril. Oh, shut up, he said. Don't spoil our last hour with foolish questions. Leave Krishna alone and talk about something sensible. They did. All the way back to Mao they wrangled about politics.
Each had hardened since Chandrapur, and a good knock about proved enjoyable. They trusted each other, although they were going to part, perhaps because they were going to part. Fielding had no further use for politeness, he said, meaning that the British Empire really can't be abolished because it's rude. Aziz retorted, very well, and we have no use for you, and glared at him with abstract hate. Fielding said, away from us, Indians go to seat at once. Look at the King Emperor High School. Look at you, forgetting your medicine and going back to charms. Look at your poems. Jolly good poems, I'm getting published Bombay side. Yes, and what do they say? Free our women and India will be free. Try it, my lad. Free your own lady in the first place, and see who'll wash Ahmed Karim and Jamila's faces. A nice situation. Aziz grew more excited. He rose in his stirrups and pulled at his horse's head in the hope it would rear. Then he should feel in a battle. He cried, clear out, all you Turtons and Burtons. We wanted to know you 10 years back, now it's too late. If we see you and sit on your committees, it's for political reasons, don't you make any mistake. His horse did rear. Clear out, I say. Why are we put to so much suffering? We used to blame you, now we blame ourselves, we grow wiser. Until England is in difficulties we keep silent, but in the next European war, then is our time. He paused, and the scenery, though it smiled, fell like a gravestone on any human hope. They cantered past a temple to Hanuman. God so loved the world that he took monkey's flesh upon him, and past a Savai temple, which invited to lust, but under the semblance of eternity, its obscenities bearing no relation to those of our flesh and blood. They splashed through butterflies and frogs, great trees with leaves like plates rose among the brushwood. The divisions of daily life were returning, the shrine had almost shut. Who do you want instead of the English? The Japanese, jeered Fielding, drawing rein. No, the Afghans. My own ancestors. Oh, your Hindu friends will like that, won't they? It will be arranged, a conference of Oriental statesmen. It will indeed be arranged. Old story of we will rob every man and rape every woman from Peshawar to Calcutta, I suppose, which you get some nobody to repeat and then quote every week in the Pioneer in order to frighten us into retaining you. We know. Still he couldn't quite fit in Afghans at Mao, and, finding he was in a corner, made his horse rear again until he remembered that he had, or ought to have, a motherland. Then he shouted, India shall be a nation. No foreigners of any sort. Hindu and Moslem and Sikh and all shall be one. Hurrah! Hurrah for India! Hurrah! Hurrah! India a nation! What an apotheosis! Last Comer to the drab 19th century sisterhood. Waddling in at this hour of the world to take her seat. She, whose only peer was the Holy Roman Empire, she shall rank with Guatemala and Belgium perhaps. Fielding mocked again. And Aziz in an awful rage danced this way and that, not knowing what to do, and cried, down with the English anyhow. That's certain. Clear out, you fellows, double quick, I say. We may hate one another, but we hate you most. If I don't make you go, Ahmed will, Karim will, if it's 5,500 years we shall get rid of you, yes, we shall drive every blasted Englishman into the sea, and then, he wrote against him furiously, and then, he concluded, half kissing him, you and I shall be friends. Why can't we be friends now, said the other, holding him affectionately. It's what I want. It's what you want. But the horses didn't want it, they swerved apart, the earth didn't want it, sending up rocks through which riders must pass single file, the temples, the tank, the jail, the palace, the birds, the carrion, the guest house, that came into view as they issued from the gap and saw Mao beneath. They didn't want it, they said in their 100 voices, no, not yet, and the sky said, no, not there.
Weybridge, 1924. End.
Mr. E. M. Forster's novels Where Angels Fear to Tread, a remarkable book. Not often has the reviewer to welcome a new writer and a new novel so directly conveying the impression of power and an easy mastery of material. Here there are qualities of style and thought which awaken a sense of satisfaction and delight, a taste in the selection of words, a keen insight into the humor, and not merely the humors, of life, and a challenge to its accepted courses. It is told with a deftness, a lightness, a grace of touch, and a radiant atmosphere of humor which mark a strength and capacity giving large promise for the future. Daily News. Mr. Forster has succeeded, with a cleverness that is almost uncanny, in illustrating the tragic possibilities that reside in insignificant and unimportant characters when they seek to emancipate themselves from the bondage of convention, or to control those who are dominated by a wholly different set of traditions. Spectator. The Longest Journey. This novel is a very remarkable and distinguished piece of work. This new book is one of the most promising we have read from a young writer, not only for many publishing seasons, but even for many years. Its abundant cleverness fills even the more strenuous passages with vivacity. The strength of the book consists in its implicit indictment of the mean, conventional, self-deceitful insincerity of so much of modern English educated middle-class life. This is certainly one of the cleverest and most original books that have appeared from a new writer since George Meredith first took the literary critics into his confidence. Daily Telegraph. It is interesting and living and amusing. The Times. A Room with a View. Mr. Forster's new novel is not only much the best of the three he has written, but it clearly admits him to the limited class of writers who stand above and apart from the manufacturers of contemporary fiction. Spectator. It is packed with wonderful impressions and radiant sayings. Evening Standard. This is one of the cleverest and most entertaining novels we have read for some time. The characters are as clear and salient as a portrait by Sargent, and there are many of them. One is continually moved to appreciative smiles by clever little touches of description and enlightenment. The story, too, is interesting and real. Daily Mail. This odd title suggests a story rather out of the common, and it does not prove in the least misleading. The book is both original and delightful, presenting scenes of everyday life almost commonplace sometimes in their fidelity to nature, but chronicled in such a happy vein of quiet humor and with such penetrating observation as makes each little incident and dialogue a source of sheer joy to the reader. The characters are admirably drawn. Pall Mall Gazette. We have originality and observation, and a book as clever as the other books that Mr. Forster has written already. Times. Mr. Forster has earned the right to serious criticism. His work has revealed individuality, distinction, and a power of suggestion which opens large issues. A Room with a View might stand for a title of all his work. There is a spirit of high comedy in it. Mr. Forster can describe with sure touch the queer satisfactions and still queerer repugnances which make up the strange region of modern things. Had this element been there alone, the book would have been merely an excellent satirical judgment of manners and conventions. Had the other elements stood alone, the revelation of the hidden life, it would have been mystical, intangible, illusory. By the fusion of the one with the other, he is able to present work humorous and arresting, with a curious element in it of compelling strength and emotion. Nation. Howard's End is packed full of good things. It stands out head and shoulders above the great mass of fiction now claiming a hearing. The autumn season has brought us some good novels, but this is, so far, the best of them. Howard's End raises its author to a place among contemporary novelists which few even of those whose earlier work shows promise succeed in attaining. Daily Mail. There is no doubt about it whatever. Mr. E. M. Forster is one of the great novelists. His stories are not about life. They are life. His plots are absorbing because his characters are real. All will agree as to the value of the book, as to its absorbing interest, the art and power with which it is put together, and they will feel with us that it is a book quite out of the common by a writer who is one of our assets, and is likely to be one of our glories. Daily Telegraph. Mr. E. M. Forster has now done what critical admirers of his foregoing novels have confidently looked for. He has written a book in which his highly original talent has found full and ripe expression. A very remarkable and original book. The Times. The clash of modern culture and modern materialism has seldom found a more vivid interpreter. Spectator. There is life, imagination, and the very flame of action giving quality to this novel over and above the technique with which it is built up and the wisdom with which it is informed. Daily News. With this book Mr. Forster seems to us to have arrived, and if he never writes another line, his niche should be secure. Standard. Howard's End is a novel of high talent, the highest. Daily Graphic. This novel, taken with its three predecessors, assures its author a place amongst the handful of living writers who count. Athenaeum. London, Edward Arnold & Co.